Einen wunderschönen guten Abend euch allen zusammen. Da bin ich wieder. Ich hab's zurückgeschafft. Ich hab gehört, wir machen heute noch ein bisschen mehr The Stanley Parable, nicht wahr? Da haben wir ja definitiv noch nicht alle Enden gesehen. Also machen wir da heute einfach weiter. Und gucken mal, was wir da noch finden. Ich habe mir auch schon mal einen Guide zur Seite gesucht. Weil ich werde wahrscheinlich garantiert nicht alles selber finden. Und gerne sehen möchte ich ja doch alles, ne? Und wahrscheinlich nicht nur ich. Deswegen habe ich mir da einfach schon mal was rausgesucht. Noch nicht wirklich drüber geschaut. Aber er ist schon mal da. Können wir dann später irgendwann drüber gucken. Ja, ich dachte, wir fangen auf dem Screen an. Das Spiel fragt mich ja wieder danach, die aktuelle Uhrzeit einzugeben. Es hat mich ja die letzten 2 Male schon gelobt, dass ich da überhaupt irgendwas eingestellt habe, auch wenn das Spiel ja gar nicht weiß, ob es die richtige Zeit war oder nicht. Aber natürlich, und es hat ja gesagt, wir dürfen uns auch unsere Lieblingszeit heute einstellen, aber ich bin dann doch wieder so, ich stelle einfach wieder die aktuelle Zeit ein, ne? Weil ich unkreativ bin. Was haben wir denn gerade? 18:41 Uhr. Oh. Jo. Ah, 6:41 PM. Deine Lieblingsuhrzeit. Nee, die aktuelle Uhrzeit. Oder konntest du einfach nicht anders, als mir wieder die korrekte Zeit zu geben? Ich weiß ja schließlich, wie gern du die korrekte Uhrzeit einstellst. Okay, jetzt interessiert es mich, wie präzise 6:41 Uhr ist. Benutzen wir einen weiteren Regler, um es herauszufinden. Wie präzise ist 6:41 PM? Unpräzise, präzise. Fast präzise. Ist jetzt eine Minute später, ne? Weißt du, du solltest wissen, dass ich ungeachtet der Präzision der Uhrzeit großen Spaß am Anpassen dieser Einstellungen habe. Ich habe das Gefühl, mehr über dich zu erfahren und darüber, wie du Einstellungen vornimmst. Es ist gut, Daten zu sammeln. Ich wünschte, wir hätten mehr Regler, aber wir sind alle Regler durchgegangen, die ich habe. Vielleicht kann ich ein paar neue Slider erfinden, um neue Daten über dich zu sammeln. Sollte nicht zu schwer sein, ja, lass mich ein paar neue auftreiben. Sollte fertig sein, wenn du das nächste Mal das Spiel startest. Ich habe das Gefühl, wir müssen das Spiel noch ein paar Mal öfter starten demnächst, wa? Um da noch irgendwas Schönes zu finden. Wenn es mir noch mehr Slider zum Einstellen gibt, also die müssen eingestellt werden, ne? Aber jetzt gehen wir erstmal rein. Das letzte Mal hatten wir ja den ganzen Kram mit dem Skip-Button am Ende, ne? Wo wir eine halbe Ewigkeit rumsaßen. Ja, Stan, ich weiß. Immer noch niemand da.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New Content. Da müssen wir doch gleich direkt mal gucken gehen, wa?
Good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Exciting stuff. Immer her damit. Auf und davon. Da bin ich ja mal gespannt, was es noch für neuen Content gibt. Oh, geht direkt hier lang. Einen Moment, hab noch was vergessen aufzumachen. So. Geht's direkt hier wieder in den Fahrstuhl, sehr gut. Bester neuer Content überhaupt.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, ein Sequel. Ja, nice. The end is never the end again.
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ja, voll. Stanley Parable 2, 427. Investor Showcase, The Stanley Parable 2. Hallo Zylo, schönen guten Abend. New Mug, oh. Wir brauchen neue Becher, da steht auch noch irgendwas drauf, aber da komme ich nicht dran. Irgendwas no. Time to wake up. Haben Haben wir irgendwelche Forms? Testing 2 printers at the same time. Oh, das kann ja gar nicht gut gehen. Ein Drucker alleine macht ja immer schon genug Unsinn, wenn er riecht, dass du es eilig hast. Aber gleich 2? 2? Ja, das geht doch nicht.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
2. 2 in ganz vielen Sprachen. Sogar Deutsch. Oh. Taste the Sequel. New and tasty. Ganz viele andere Sorten, die alle sehr blurry sind. Sehr gut. Zum Beispiel Photos of Painting Catered. Bla. Eine Landschaft. Sehr gut. Oh. Ganz viele Post-its, auf denen nichts steht. Ja, nice. Voll die Geheimnisse rausposaunt damit. Noch ein anderes Bild. Auf Painting D. Hier darf ich nicht lang. Schade. Ich glaube, ich soll da lang. Die Tür macht nicht mal Klickgeräusche, wenn ich daran versuche zu interagieren. Jetzt mal hier voll die Couches zum Rumchillen. Never underestimate coffee enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces the blurry room. Weißt du Bescheid? Ich konnte doch gerade da drauf gehen. Ich habe das doch gesehen. Ich habe mich ein Stück hoch bewegt. New Mug, nur anders. Oh, da, schon wieder ein kleines Stück. Ah, guck mal. No jumps remaining. Player. Years. Alles sehr fancy hier. Warum sieht unser Büro nicht so aus? Das sieht doch voll schick aus. Voll modern. Step 1 more TSP. Step 2 better TSP. Win-win. Schön 1 und 2 drunter geschrieben. Sequential Mindshare. Paradigm Shift. Synergy. Brick and Mortar Approach. Envelope Client-Centric Marketing. The color red. Leverage Holistic Value. 1, 2. They are back. 2 doors. The Stanley Parable 2. Wow. Ein paar Logo-Ideen. Das zweite ist auch einfach 2 dicke Balken für die 2. Sehr gut. Nummer 6. Thanks for attending my meeting. Ich glaube, das ist keine Logo-Idee. Ich muss sagen, mir gefällt das erste ja doch schon am besten. Das ist auch so ein bisschen weird. Und das. Die beiden sind so, geht, ne? Zweimal erfahren. Aber er ist schwarz-weiß und er ist nicht mehr grün. Oh no. 2 Gehirnhälften. 2 und eine gespiegelte 2 mit einem Punkt. 2 Mitarbeiter, 2 Stanleys, die nebeneinander sitzen und der eine hat nicht mal einen Computer. Das ist ja schade. Konnten sich nur 2 Stanleys leisten, aber keine 2 Computer.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Natürlich. Oh, ich wollte sagen, ich darf da nicht näher dran. Nee, da steht nur ein Stuhl. Meeting Plan 9, Scrum 10 o'clock, Design Pitch 11:30, Break, 11:35, Pitch Design, 12:02, Number 2 Chat. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Ganz viele Fragezeichen. Who took the red marker? Me. So ein Troll. Den Marker geklaut und runterschreibt, dass er es war, aber nicht sagt, wer es war. Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to und so weiter und so weiter. 2. In Klammern 2. This way to the show floor. Aber ich will hier lang, da ist so schön dunkel. Oh. New Features. Sehe ich nicht. New Content. Neuer Content-Bus. Ich will da mitfahren. Lass mich im neuen Content-Bus fahren. Darf ich nicht. Das ist ja sehr traurig. Natürlich in Expo Halle 2. Wo auch sonst, ne? Also. Das ist aber groß.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Merch. Okay, das muss ich ja ausprobieren. Linkt mich das da echt zum Merch-Store oder ist das nur so ein Rickroll, der QR-Code da? Magst du das bitte machen? Es geht zu thestanleyparable2.com. Oh, es ist sogar so ein bisschen eine Website, ne? Einfach für das Spiel, glaube ich, gemacht. Wenn ich oben irgendeinen Link anklicke, komme ich aber auf normal auf The Stanley Parable. Also ja, der QR-Code geht zu StanleyParable2.com. Ist nicht mal ein Rickroll. Das Jahr wurde ich nicht getrollt. Aber Merch habe ich da jetzt auch nicht gesehen. Exclusive, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Enjoy the new features. Ja, wirst du wohl sitzen bleiben müssen, Tylo. Hear yours today. Warte, ist hier noch anderer Kram? Hier geht noch mehr ab, ne? Warte, lass uns erst den Raum hier fertig machen. Enjoy the new features. Oh, guck mal, da haben wir noch die alte Maschine, ne? Mit Cold Drinks einfach. Please no screenshots. A whole new office. Ups. Da habe ich einen Screenshot gemacht. Oh. Das ist in-game. Du Treu, ich wollte gerade sagen, sonst macht mein Handy doch nie solche Geräusche in meinen Kopfhörern und so. Das ist in-game. Red is the new orange. The new updated ray-traced more of the same, but in a good way sequel to the... Das ist halt echt in-game, so ein Troll. New features, new content, new ideas. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy. Oh nein. Please no screenshots. Da haben wir natürlich auch noch einen Screenshot. Ah, wie es hier rumtrollt, ne? Diesem Handy-Störgeräusch. Der Knopf, der den Namen des Spielers nennt, der das Spiel ansagt, nach links. Dann haben wir hier noch den Sprungkreis wieder und ein unendliches Loch. Oh. Haben wir da einen Stuhl mit dem Countdown-Timer? Sehr gut. Stanley Parable 2, da haben wir auch noch Screenshots. The Stanley Parable Beruhigungseimer. Oh. Dann haben wir noch Bürodekoration und ein unendliches Loch. Ne, gehen wir erstmal da zu dem Knopf, ne? Ja, da hat die Sachen haben wir gerade schon alle gesehen. Aber einen Beruhigungseimer, den brauche ich auch gleich. Ist das so ein Eimer, der mit Alkohol gefüllt ist?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself,
hey,
what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Wir werden sehen. Name, that's yours. Road to the perfect button. Too big, too small, just right. Der kleine Knopf sieht halt mal richtig dämlich aus, ne? Ich Ich bin ja mal gespannt, was es gleich für Namen sagt, ob es wirklich einfach den Namen von meinem PC sagt.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Natürlich.
Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Natürlich.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Ja, Jim und Jan. Na, es geht noch von der Schreibweise her näher als von der Aussprache, nicht wahr?
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Too much
putting
Jim.
the Jim button away. Otherwise,
Hey.
soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Ey, das ist einfach voll in den Boden gegangen. Ey, ich wollte aber noch Jim sein, Mann. Endlich war ich mal jemand, ey. Endlich war ich mal nicht nur so ein Jan, endlich war ich mal ein Jim, ey. Ja, die Zeiten sind echt vorbei. Es ist... Jetzt muss ich wieder hier traurig rumsitzen. Weil ich nicht mehr Jim bin. Es ist schon schade.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Epilog. Nee, wir bleiben erstmal noch hier. Das habe ich noch gar nicht gesehen. The Stanley Parable 2. Reassurance Bucket. Mal ganz viel neu. Gehen wir erst hier lang.
Okay, I'll be honest,
Oh.
I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Werd irgendwann gesund ist natürlich auch nett, ne? Nicht werd bald gesund, sondern werd irgendwann gesund. Aber mir doch egal wann. Oh. Oh, ich darf wirklich entscheiden. Get well someday or happy 12th birthday. Stepneys? Nehmen wir die.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece, it is.
Ich hasse dich auch.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Das Bild war eben auch noch ganz links, ne? Das war eben noch anders sortiert. Free and easy new achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. Ein Achievement. Was ist das da überhaupt erstmal? Collectibles. Oh. Das wird ja immer besser hier. Was ist hier? Der Sprungkreis.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well.
Sorry.
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Ihr habt sie schon alle verbraucht. Hatte sich voll gemerkt. Was ein Scheiß. Was hier? Gratis Erfolg. Ja, voll nice. That's new. Oh, mehr neuer Kram. Oh. Alter. Das ist ja voll worth it hier. Epilog.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. You heard Jim in the game. Oh, that's exclusive button that says Jim. That's Jim. Ich habe eben gemerkt, dass sich der Text geändert hat. Oh, da steht noch einfach Name und that's you. Sehr gut. So viel Stuff, ey. Ein umgekippter Mug. Dem anderen ist einfach das eine Ende, wo wir uns mehrmals in den Tod gestürzt haben. Da ist der Ausgang, da will ich noch nicht... Oh. Expo Hall 2 Guide. Jump Circle this map. This map. Sehr gut. You are here. Free achievement, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Merge, Settings, World Champion, the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, Office Decorations, Epilogue, Collectibles, Infinite Hole und Exit. Sehr gut. Was war K? Das Infinite Hole. Das hat seinen eigenen Bereich. Settings World Champion. Das... War ich da nicht eben schon? Das wäre... Da um die Ecke, ne? Da war ich doch eben. Oder mache ich das nur? Wenn da der Jump Circle ist, dann ist das da auf der anderen Seite, ne? Ich da was übersehen? Steht doch hier, oder nicht? War das da drin? Ich kann auch keine Karten lesen, Mann. Ah, okay. Und der Epilog, das war da oben rein. Ach ja. Schauen wir uns erstmal das Achievement an. Gerade das Achievement sind geil. Free achievement, get yours right now. First, pull the lever. 2, receive your new achievements. 3, no more steps. It just works. Get yours right now. Welcome to the showcase. 2, new features, new content, new game.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Oh. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Test achievement unachieved. Das ist aber mal eine Maschine.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. Oh. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gib mir das fucking Achievement. Ich brauche es. Hallo Zahlenfan, schönen guten Abend. Ah. Ich kann doch jetzt nicht ohne, mir wurde es versprochen, Mann. Please pull me. Ich versuch's doch, Mann. Ja, ich weiß auch nicht, was die sich da so denken. Also. Hätte ich einfach schon wieder nochmal hart getrollt. Erst das Handygeräusche, jetzt der Hebel, der nicht funktioniert. Wo es mir sagt, dass ich gerade das Achievement bekomme. Alle Scheiße. Ich gehe nochmal dahin. Wir versuchen es nochmal. Ich kann einfach nicht anders. Meh. Lass mich hier reinhacken irgendwo. Es funktioniert. Funktioniert nicht. Alles kaputt. Ja, schon sad. Gucken wir uns jetzt mal die Collectibles an. Can you find them? 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 Collect them all. Ah,
collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Nice.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh Gott, das hier ist auch gar nicht creepy oder so. Einer von 6. Da sind noch 5 mehr. Oh. Oder wäre ich einfach rausgeschmissen aus dem Raum. Jetzt ist da dunkel. Oh, ich darf nicht mal wieder reingehen. Oh. Sind die anderen jetzt hier irgendwo versteckt?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Ja, geht mal gar nicht, Belohnung für Sammelkram zu bekommen. Ist ja widerlich. Wer macht denn sowas? Pfui. Und wer das dann noch spielt und dann diese Sachen sammelt, das ist ja noch widerlicher. Hier ist aber ganz schön dunkel in der Ecke. Würde ich auch niemals tun. Stimmt, Kapuzenpulli und Sonnenbrille habe ich nicht. Werde ich wohl nicht richtig hacken können, ne? Achso, weil ich so nah an dem Hebel stehe. Ist hier ein Figürchen versteckt? Nein. Weiß ich jetzt natürlich auch nicht, ob die jetzt erst aufgetaucht sind. Oder wo die überall verteilt sind. Die könnten jetzt natürlich auch theoretisch im ganzen Spiel aufgetaucht sein, ne? Und nicht nur hier. Das wäre auch schon albern. War ich hier schon drin? Oh ja. Ich die Ballons ausgesucht habe und dann die anderen gekommen sind. Was ist hier? Oh, the holy moly. How deep can we dig? Concrete contemplations. Plain reinforced, pre-stressed, precast. Lightweight. Bag of sea. Smart polymer. Ganz viele Wörter. No. Time/depth. Distant space-time, distant space-time, distant past. Distant future. Time-like infinity. Holy-like infinity. Space-like infinity. Time und Deep. Opening rim. Surrounding area. Depth infinite. So funktioniert halt ein Infinite Hole. Oh. It just keeps going. Schön auch mit einem Looping drin. Sehr gut. Infinite Hole Chart. Hole, Depth, Space, More Hole. Question marks. Science, More, Falling, Infinity. Educational use only.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Na, dann springen wir da doch mal rein, ne? Das soll schon schief gehen.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Drücke G, um wieder nach oben zu gelangen.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Ist das etwa noch nicht fertig, das Loch? Huh? Willst du, dass ich deswegen mich wegteleportiere, damit wir den Boden nicht sehen?
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Ach so.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Ja. Ist mal hier Meeting at 2 p.m. Sehr gut. And every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Nicht ganz falsch, ne? Irgendwie was wie Song-Lyrics aussieht. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, just the two of us, just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. Sehr gut.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Wir springen da natürlich nochmal rein, ne? Also.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Das ging jetzt aber schneller.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Nee, aber jetzt sind wir noch nicht fertig.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh!
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Ach, jetzt bin ich nicht mehr alleine. So.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh.
Is the,
Nee, funktioniert nicht mehr. Hab ich ein paar Mal gedrückt.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Yay!
You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Ja, nice.
Take care, Stanley.
Bye.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Geht halt echt weg. Du. Mehr Fahrstuhl. Oh. Hilfe! Ich will hier raus! Es macht komische Geräusche. Oh! Yay, es wird wieder löchriger. Oder lochhaftiger. Oder wie auch immer. Es wird wieder mehr unendlich. Es wird Löcher, genau. Ändere deine Perspektive. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Oh, ich kann ihn nicht spammen, den Knopf. Ich darf mich nicht mehr bewegen. Bin eingefroren. Ändere deine Wahrnehmung. Das habe ich jetzt leicht erschrocken. Ändere deine Realität. Machen wir auch gleich. Ich will das eine Lied von gerade wieder haben, wo ich mit rumgewiggelt habe. Nee, das ist doch geil. Oh Gott. Oh. Oh. Hier bleibe ich. Also ich das mal eben einen kleinen Ticken leiser machen, wenn wir noch mehr Button spammen. Oh, guck mal. Ich bin anders. Oh. Was bin ich denn jetzt? Oh, ich bin auf dem Kopf. Ich bin am Strand. Oh, mein Kopf.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Oh, hey.
You're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there,
Aww.
drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Aber das war gerade voll cool.
You and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Tüdelü. Ich will zu meinem Drogentrip zurück, Mann. Muss ich jetzt echt wieder warten, dass der runterfährt. Oh. Das ist ein ganz schöner langer Ladebalken jetzt gerade, ne? Boo.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Boo. Ich war noch nicht fertig. Ich hole mir jetzt den Eimer, wenn ich den mitnehmen darf, und dann gehe ich nochmal ins Loch. So.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Das ist kein Eimer.
I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Gib. Okay. Jetzt lacht
Can
er.
you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Geil. Ich hab einen Eimer. Zurück ins Loch.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Jetzt kann der Eimer das mit mir erleben. Da ist immer noch so. Vielleicht kann der Eimer mir das Achievement geben. Vielleicht kann ich meine Figürchen da drin einsammeln, die ich finden kann. All diese Optionen. Los, Eimer. Du schaffst das besser als ich. Buh, du bist ein scheiß Eimer. Nee, ja, ist so voll in Ordnung. Gucken wir mal, was er in dem Loch mit mir macht. Vielleicht gibt der Eimer mir auch neue Sprünge, weil vielleicht kann ich mir einfach die Sprünge vom Eimer klauen. Ey. Buh. All Entrance Infinity, das habe ich eben gar nicht gesehen. Aber die Tür zum Loch ist zu. Buh. So kann ich nicht arbeiten. So unfair. Das ist auch immer noch fertig. Sprungkreis, Ausgang. Also das ist der Ausgang. Ich dachte, der Ausgang wird da lang gehen und da wäre noch was, aber nö. Sonst hatten wir hier jetzt alles, ne? Auf der Seite. Hier rumgehe. Muss ich alles gesehen haben, ne? Sprungkreis. Nee, Office Decorations ist da durch die Tür. Das heißt Settings World Champion. Das muss ja dann doch hier draußen sein. Vielleicht da oben. Soll ja eigentlich hier so sein, ne? Oder da hoch. Warte. Der Eimer klappert sogar. Oh ja, Einstellungsweltmeister hier lang. Ist zu. Das ist sehr traurig. Ich bin enttäuscht. Vielleicht, weil ich das Spiel noch nicht oft genug neu gestartet habe. Wir haben ja eben gemerkt, dass er dann einfach neue Sachen zum Einstellen hinzufügt jetzt. Aber seitdem ich angefangen habe, sind wir ja nur hier bis jetzt gewesen. Nö. Nein. Aber du lässt mich ja nicht nochmal in das Loch springen. Oder mir die Einstellungsweltmeister-Kram anschauen. Das ist doch mal ein Loch.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, neue Sprünge. Das Loch.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Das
sort
Figur.
of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh God.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to
Mehr
anything.
Figuren.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Darf ich jetzt mal wieder selber ein bisschen... Oh. Hallo Alex, schönen guten Abend. Neuer Titelbildschirm. Einstellungen sind keine neuen. Wenn ich nie so weit runter gescrollt habe. Will ich die Untertitel sogar noch größer machen. Übersetzungslabel anzeigen. Aktiviert übersetzte Label zusätzlich zu den Texten im Spiel. Farblabel. Inhaltswarnungen. Bewegung. Vermindern Modus für geringe Geschicklichkeit. Reduziert den Schwierigkeitsgrad für zeitkritische Eingaben und präzises Platforming. Davon haben wir viel. Genau, ich lösche jetzt alle Daten. Das habe ich aber auch mal umgestellt gehabt. Lass das mal so. Na dann mal los. Stanley Parable 2 Zeit.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Die Ballons.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hier, wo ich auf den... Ah, guck mal. Ich wusste doch... Ich wusste doch von letztes Mal schon noch, dass ich irgendwie hier hochkomme. Ich weiß, dass es hier rausgeht. Daran erinnere ich mich noch. Der Ballon ist voll im Weg. Ich bin ausgebrochen.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Hast du diesen Witz satt? Nein.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Ja.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Bye. Das gab's im Alten auch schon. Zumindest das aus dem Fenster rausklettern. Das habe ich damals schon gemacht. Aber daran erinnere ich mich noch, dass man hier raus konnte. Muss sich selber resetten. Das ist ja schade. Oh. Das Screen ist stimmt. Wir spielen ja jetzt Stanley Parable 2. Sieht ja jetzt alles anders aus.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Flop.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Ja.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Ich hab Zeit. Diesmal bekommen wir sogar Musik.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Ich ihn gerade einatmen gehört. Da kommt doch bestimmt noch was. Das Atmen ist einfach in der Spur von dem Song. Das war nicht der Erzähler. Oh. Ja, Stream ist jetzt zu Ende. Die Musik passt gerade so gut, ne? Wir haben nur weiß. Jetzt haben wir gerade nochmal das Fenster gesehen, weil ich hochgeguckt habe. Ich habe erst mal letztens gemerkt, ab und zu stand im Stream unten in der Ecke das falsche Datum, weil sich das mit meinem Skript irgendwie nicht aktualisiert hat, obwohl es das theoretisch bei jedem OBS-Start machen sollte, weil da noch keine Daten drin stehen. Oh. Habe ich eben gemerkt, eben stand noch 1. September, da habe ich am 2. auch schon gestreamt. Alles Unsinn. Weiß ich auch noch nicht, warum es das nicht getan hat. Ab und zu macht es das, aber manchmal auch irgendwie nicht. Ich glaube, jetzt haben wir fertig. Ich brauche mehr Content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Oh.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Das ist der Eimer. Ja, erstmal machen wir doch ohne Eimer weiter. Noch.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Weil ich kein Reassurance Bucket brauche. Ich bin auch mental stark genug. Eindeutig. Wo ist meine New Content Tür hin?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person.
Vielleicht finde ich die Figuren zum Einsammeln noch nur, wenn ich den Eimer dabei habe.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ich muss den Eimer mit in den Schrank nehmen.
Coming to a staircase.
Warte. Kann ich irgendwie so?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Tot. Oh. Das ist anders.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending. Nice. Jetzt haben wir keine Klicke mehr, jetzt haben wir Dog Mode. Oh, ja, sieht auch nicht richtig aus. Willst du mitkommen, Eimer?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Sehr gut. Das war's. Das war ja ein langweiliges Ending.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch. But it
Oh.
did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Oh.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Auch wie die Dialoge einfach alle etwas anders sind, ne? Oh ja. Blockboard bleibt jetzt an. Boss, ich hab einen Eimer gefunden. Hilfe.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy is as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Du bist voll doof, du Kackbesenkammer. Ich hasse dich. So, jetzt habe ich es ihr gegeben.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property
There.
of Stanley.
Now it's settled.
Nice.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Ich habe vor 2 oder 3 Minuten den Dog-Mode angemacht im Whiteboard-Ending, deswegen
Alright,
wählt das
I've got a
jetzt.
second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Eimer
See,
kleben.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Wow.
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Ist auch schön, dass der zweite Sticker unter dem ersten klebt, obwohl er den als zweites draufgeklebt hat, ne? Magic.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Jetzt habe ich es der Besenkammer gegeben. Und einfach noch mehr, weil ich es kann.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Erstmal aufs Klo. Ich vergesse immer, dass diese Kacktür nach außen aufgeht. Immer in die Richtung, in der ich stehe. Oh.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Nice. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Ah ja. Die sind also im Spiel einfach verteilt. Sehr gut. Darf ich nochmal Fahrstuhl fahren? Yes! Diesmal mit Eimer. So, ich weiß gar nicht, hat er letztes Mal irgendwas hier erzählt oder nicht? Ich weiß es gar nicht mehr. Ich war nur so auf die Musik konzentriert. Bam, badam. Bam, badu, du, 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 du. Ja, bleiben wir jetzt aber nicht wieder Minuten und über eine Pause lang stehen. So.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Ich will wissen, was er sagt, wenn ich einfach warte. Die ging ja auch das erste Mal irgendwann auf. Vielleicht tut sie das wieder und dann hat er noch mehr zu sagen dazu.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumb.
Ich saß hier gerade wirklich und hab Däumchen gedreht. Das war jetzt creepy. Gerade echt meine Hände so zusammengetan und Däumchen gedreht. Ich werde beobachtet.
2845.
Hier. Jetzt hat man es auch gesehen. Ich könnte mir den Eimer einfach auf den Kopf setzen, dann habe ich beide Hände frei zum Däumchen drehen, ne?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got there.
Es ist so dunkel.
Well, whoop-de-doo.
Well, whoop-de-doo.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley things. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Nice. Fehlen noch 3. Auf, auf und davon in die Freiheit. Ja, ich werde beobachtet, aber man sieht meine Hände ja nicht, ne?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Ich kann einfach wieder zurückfahren. Mal so gucken, welche Enden sich so verändern, ne?
Straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Na, ich könnte die Kamera ja so haben, dass man meine Hände und mein Gesicht sieht, ne? Das wäre ja schon eine Möglichkeit.
The lights
Hier.
rose on an enormous room packed
Oh.
with television screens.
Könnte ich da einfach
What
runterspringen?
horrible secret did this place hold?
Uh.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Wir haben, glaube ich, noch was zum Ausprobieren später. Dass ich ja anscheinend einfach runterspringen kann. No. Das ist ja was.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Ich hasse dich auch, Alex. Du bist ja mal voll nicht nett.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Jetzt mir sagen, ob es geht oder nicht,
No!
was schon böse
He
ist.
screamed into the bucket. He couldn't
Und dann sagst du auch noch, ich vergesse
his
das
own
wieder.
life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Unser Eimer kann reden. Der. Zog sie auf die Hand und Facecam, das hätte ich jetzt auch gesagt. Ja, ja.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Ja, ich bin voll die Pappnase. Wir haben es geschafft, Eimer.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True,
Wer will
it
denn
was a
sowas
simple
tun?
life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh,
What? Wait.
das ist aber
What was
anders.
happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
Die Besenkammer
Not while this
beeinflusst
building has anything
den
to say
Kram
about
hier.
it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Das war ja jetzt nicht so geil. Stehen alle voll auf den Eimer. Das war ja was. Damit habe ich jetzt nicht gerechnet.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Die Sticker sind immer noch da.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Ich will mit ihm raus.
Stanley hung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
What the fuck?
My God, Stanley,
Die haben ihn getötet.
you saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Okay. Das war jetzt unerwartet. Figurines Finance Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Sagt der da eben schon? Ich habe eben noch nicht wirklich nochmal geguckt, ne?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ja, so ein bisschen eskaliert ist er schon, ne? I like work, I just hate my boss. Das Ding doch eben noch nicht da, oder? Du kannst jetzt da bleiben, du Kackeimer. Ach so, das ist ein Ballon auf dem Stuhl. Ich brauche mehr neuen Content, Mann. Nee, komm.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. There will be a reward for finding them all. How we can find them. Bottom text. What we know. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Fig leaves are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room. 416. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck. Okay. Where are they? Please, do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communications are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. Help, I'm posted. Sehr gut. Stop kidding yourselves. Lies. Who are you? 666 lol. There will be cleaning of this wall required. I want them so much. I want to go home. Places to search. Oh, es sagt mir, wo die sind, ja. Somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. A large room. Lots of boxes. Inside of a sequel exhibit. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Lol, looks like 427. Ha ha ha. 5 there be, just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Ja, ich mag den Streamtitel auch, weil ich mag ein bisschen kreativ. Warehouse Access Plan. Produce one plank to allow use of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny floats. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. Trust the completionist instinct. Okay. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. Ideas. What do they want? Our data, stock options, money? Should we make them irgendwas interns? Maybe yes. Why do they kinda look like 427? Artists rendering. Employee 00 squiggly. Why floating? Magic, dreams, training exercise or management? That's kein Ohr, ne? Magnets? Our quarterly success? How many are there? Squiggly, squiggly, minus 151 or 6. Can we sell them? Obviously. More money to if sold together. Do we need contracts for them? NDA. Potential liability. Saw one in cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Bonus stuff. What we know, what we forgot. What we don't know yet. Woher weißt du denn, wie groß das What We Don't Know Yet ist, wenn wir es noch nicht wissen? Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern. I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiences or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads to this? Wouldn't you like to know? Source of levitation. Gehen wir mal weiter.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Boo. Keine Sticker. Boo. Ich hab doch erst 2, Mann. Ich brauche mehr Sticker. Woher soll ich denn sonst wissen, dass das immer noch ein Eimer ist und nicht irgendein Monster, was ich wieder töten muss?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, erstmal wieder gechillte Fahrstuhlmusik. Du, 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 du. Du, 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 du.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing press. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Natürlich, voll logisch. Mal so gesehen das ganze Spiel nochmal durchspielen, überall mit dem Eimer gucken, wo noch was geht, wa? Oder was er so zu sagen hat.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Guck, ich hab's nicht vergessen.
Just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Muss ich hier nochmal ohne Eimer hin, ne? Gucken, was dann passiert.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
Aber erst gucken wir uns nochmal das andere Ending in der Mind Control Facility an, ne? Wenn ich auf Ja drücke.
And entered the door on his left.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Boo.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Die geht nach rechts außen. Oh, sehr gut. To be rich. Is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Ja, entweder reich sein oder kriminell. Da gehen wir jetzt aber nicht nochmal rein.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Voll. Ich will sehen, ob der Eimer mir helfen kann, den Countdown zu stoppen. Zu stoppen. Zu stoppen.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Mind Control Facility. Bisschen Denglisch, ja.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Mach
What
schneller.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket.
Wo ist
both
mein
wondered
Skip-Knopf hin?
themselves.
Ah ja, erst den Knopf.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Könnte man noch runterspringen, hätten wir wenigstens ein bisschen mehr Licht gehabt, wa? Nicht, dass das noch Unterschiede macht, wann ich runterspringe. Okay, hier könnte ich nicht mehr.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Wie meinst du das? Ihr habt eine Geschichte nachgespielt?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Ja, wir haben ja eben gemerkt, wie wir dem Eimer vertrauen können, ne?
Proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking...
Ja, das hatten wir eben schon. Du meinst so in einer Art von Stanley Parable, I see. Ja, warum auch nicht, ne? Oh.
The bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the
Nicht der
controls.
Eimer!
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds.
Okay.
The control buttons became active again.
Silly birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Was ein Unsinn. Also, dass sich das so sehr verändert, habe ich jetzt auch nicht erwartet. Was? Ich weiß eh nicht, was ich erwarten soll, nachdem, wo wir mit dem Eimer da out of bounds gegangen sind, so gesehen, ne? Weiß ich auch nicht, was ich erwartet habe, aber nicht mit mal alberne Vögel.
Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
So, jetzt springen wir nochmal da einmal runter ohne Eimer, ne?
Stanley came to a set of two open
Das muss ja doch noch.
He entered the door on his left.
Das ist die falsche Richtung.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly
Ach ja, jetzt müssen wir erst Musik hören, ne?
Have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calm new age music.
So ein
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Dann gucken wir doch mal, was passiert, wenn ich da alleine runterspringe, ob wir uns da auch schön ins Haus machen, ne? Weiß eh nicht, wo die ganzen Möbel hergekommen sind, aber...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Mind Control Facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television.
Nee, lass mich erst da drüben runterspringen.
What horrible secret did this place hold?
Haben wir die Bildschirme wenigstens.
Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life.
Hier bin ich hochgeklettert, ne?
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced. Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Nice.
Good job. You did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Nice. Sehr gut, war das sogar eigentlich gar nicht so gedacht damals. Sehr schön.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So muss das.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Oh. Der Weg ist wieder anders. Sehr gut.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Dann gehen wir jetzt mal den Escape-Weg mit dem Eimer, ne? Vielleicht ist da ja auch noch so ein Figürchen.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet.
Ja, ja.
Simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did,
Bla,
I
bla,
can
bla, bla,
guarantee
bla.
we'd be-
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Steht da noch mal was Neues? Nope.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Ja, natürlich.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Gucken wir doch mal, ob sich das Ende da gleich verändert.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
Nö.
door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Das ist okay, ich habe ja meinen Eimer dabei.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nö. Das ist schon
At
okay
this
so.
point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Ach was. Wird schon gut gehen. Ich habe ja meinen Eimer. Der beschützt mich. Ganz eindeutig. Bin ich mir 112% sicher. Also eigentlich bin ich mir mit dem Eimer hier über nichts sicher, aber das ist ja egal.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Oder auch nicht. Jetzt geht's erstmal wieder hier hin. Es sagt nicht zwei.
The death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Das ist neu. Der Eimer. Heißt sie willkommen zur großen Ausstellung. Sie stehen am Abgrund des Wissens. Ähnlich wie ein Eimer ist auch der menschliche Verstand oft leer. Eine höhlenartige Leere. Aber durch die Absorption des Ausstellungsstücks vor ihnen wird der Geist voll, bereichert und fundiert. Die Kenntnisse über den Eimer und seine Geschichte sind das einzig wahre Wissen, das wir wirklich haben. Werden Sie das, was Sie hier lernen, mit in die Welt hinausnehmen? Werden Sie aufgeschlossen akzeptieren, was an den Informationen dieser Ausstellung herausfordernd sein mag? Werden Sie das Leben von sich selbst und Ihren Liebsten als Folge dieser Ausstellung verändern? Oder werden Sie die Augen verschließen und weiterleben wie bisher in Unwissenheit und Dunkelheit? Okay. Oh.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 Eimer. Eine Fotografie von 25 Eimern, die größte Anzahl an Eimern, die jemals von einer Kamera erfasst wurde. Der Fotograf erlitt mehrere Wochen lang einen katatonischen Schock aufgrund der Euphorie, die er beim Anblick so vieler Eimer auf einmal empfand. Das sind aber, glaube ich, mehr als 25. Ein Eimer mit 2 Henkeln. Dieser Eimer ist mit 2 Henkeln abgebildet. Eine solche Konstruktion wurde in der Realität nie hergestellt, da sie als zu gefährlich und waghalsig experimentell eingestuft wurde. Jedes Jahr werden Dutzende hingerichtet, nur weil sie es versucht haben. Ach so. What the fuck? Inferno-Eimer. Eine Nachbildung des Inferno-Eimers, der im Mittelalter eine so große Anziehungskraft ausübte, dass Dutzende von Nationen gegeneinander Krieg führten, um die Kontrolle über ihn zu erlangen. Milliarden von Menschen starben und trotz allem bleibt die einfache Tatsache bestehen. Niemand kann einen Eimer kontrollieren. The stress bucket in analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Einfach alles in den Eimer. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Der Stresseimer. Ohne Kommentar. Was ein Unsinn. Oh. Eine Höhlenmalerei. Oh, steht sogar wirklich Höhlenmalerei an der Wand. Höhlenmalerei. Wir wissen zwar, dass es Eimer schon vor der Existenz der Menschheit gab, natürlich, aber wir wissen nicht, wie lange zuvor. Diese Höhlenzeichnung zeigt, wie der frühe Mensch den praktischen Nutzen des Eimers entdeckte. Zu diesem Zeitpunkt gab es den Eimer wahrscheinlich schon seit mehreren Jahrtausenden. Auf diesen Zeichnungen ist zu sehen, wie der Eimer die Benutzung seiner selbst zulässt, nachdem er die Menschheit für würdig befunden hat, seine Schätze zu nutzen.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Der hängende Eimer. Dieses Stück symbolisiert die notwendige Beziehung zwischen Eimer und Menschheit. Wie klar unser Verständnis des Eimers auch sein mag, es gibt noch mehr, das stets außerhalb unserer Reichweite liegt. Dieser Abstand ist unweigerlich zu unserem eigenen Besten. Jetzt muss ich wieder in ein Loch springen, ja? Eimer, rette mich! Oh. Ich bin nicht gefallen.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Okay. Damn. What the fuck? Das hat ja mal eine ganz andere Richtung gerade angenommen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Aber das tut es mit dem Eimer ja eh dauernd, ne?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Stanley, we must move
Ja,
on
ja,
to this
ja.
room closet.
Keinem
Simply
Aufkleber
because I
mehr.
have no remaining. Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Oben
and
hatten
the
wir jetzt
bucket
alles, ne?
walked
Nee, warte.
upstairs to the boss's
Fahrstuhl hoch
office.
und runter fahren. Haben wir mit dem Eimer noch nicht getan.
Stepping into his manager's
Kannst du das
office,
einfach mal bitte
Stanley
wieder
was
selber
again
aufmachen?
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct
Anscheinend
by
nicht.
sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Vielleicht überleben wir ja dann diese Präsentation da. Von wegen Blabla, Game Design, Fahrstuhl hin und her fahren. Wobei, das ist ja dann wahrscheinlich eh anders wieder, so total. Also von daher.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Oh.
The bucket said nothing.
Der Eimer redet nicht mehr mit uns. Er findet das nicht geil, dass wir nochmal hochfahren. Ich muss die 3 drücken.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent.
Oh mein Gott.
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Oh. Ich habe mich nur gerade noch daran erinnert, wo ich jetzt eben von der 3 geredet habe. In der Demo von der 2013er Version, da war ja auch so ein Knopf, der immer 8 gesagt hat, wenn man da drauf gedrückt hat. Hat es gerade wirklich 8 gesagt? Mach das nochmal. Machst du das nicht nochmal? Das ist ja schade. Sagst du nur einmal 8? Das ist ja schade. Aber wir fahren ja noch mal ein paar Mal hoch und runter, ne? Können wir noch mal auf die 8 mehr drücken.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Der Eimer ist voll unhöflich. Warum spawnst du uns beim Hochfahren eigentlich immer in die Richtung geguckt? Da will ich doch raus.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
8.
8. Ah, das habe ich wahrscheinlich gesagt, weil ich 8-mal die 8 gedrückt habe, ne? Sehr gut.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Bestimmt. Und zurück. Oh, diesmal wird nicht mal mehr... Ah, nee, jetzt redest du erst danach wahrscheinlich. Oder vielleicht nicht?
Ah, said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Sehr gut.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Die ganzen Sachen sind doch alle gleich, ne? Okay, das ist anders. Two Stage. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Ganz viele 3. Hier stehen auch nur noch 3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
3 again, the Stanley story. 3. That's the magic number. Yes, it is. A shockingly three-dimensional character. Oh my god. 3-star magazines. Na super. Sterben wir jetzt gleich trotzdem.
There was no one here.
Oh.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Das war ja schon sehr sad. Dann einfach ein Handy in der Seite vibriert und dann hat es sich reset. Was ein Quatsch.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ach stimmt, wir haben ja noch dieses Himmelsende da, ne, mit den ganzen Knöpfen. Vielleicht kann ich da was mit dem Eimer noch machen. Dafür musste ich nur wieder... Oh, ich muss das wieder alles von vorne machen. Oh nein.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Sehr gut.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Alles wieder vergessen, was gerade war. Keine Aufkleber, ja,
we must
ja.
move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nö. Oh.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
So klein ist die 4 von 6 jetzt auch nicht gewesen.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
Oh no.
That's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
Hör deinen Mann an,
Surely
Stanley.
no
Oh.
good would come from this.
Hey.
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
Ist das Ende jetzt einfach das gleiche, ja.
Bucket, I've gone truly mad.
Außer, dass immer noch
Where is
anderer
it?
Text
I
kommt.
must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley! Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oh. Das ist ja doof. Wie kommt denn der Eimer in mich rein?
Story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Okay. Nice. Was ein Unsinn. Machen wir jetzt erstmal eine kleine Pause, davon müssen wir uns erstmal erholen. Ich finde schön, dass der Titelbildschirm immer noch The Stanley Parable 2 sagt. Aber ja, dann können wir uns doch alle mal ein bisschen die Beine vertreten gehen. Etepetete und so. Vertreten gehen. Uns was Neues zu trinken holen, sonst was tun und dann sehen wir uns in ein paar Minuten wieder. Also, bis gleich. Und da bin ich wieder. Willkommen zurück euch allen. Ich hoffe doch, ihr habt die Pause gut überstanden. Dass wir jetzt hier mehr Albernheiten finden können und so, ne? Ich bin auf jeden Fall gespannt, was der Eimer noch alles so verändern wird, ne? Aber, bevor wir das tun werden, beende ich einfach das Spiel. Weil der ja eben, als ich angefangen habe, gesagt habe, da kommen noch neue Einstellungen beim Starten vom Spiel dazu, ne? Und die müssen wir uns natürlich anschauen. Das geht ja so nicht, sonst. Gucken wir mal, was ich noch so einstellen darf. Nachdem ich jetzt dreimal die Uhrzeit eingestellt habe und gesagt habe, wie präzise das beim dritten Mal war. Bitte passe den Regler so an, dass der Computer gerade noch sichtbar ist. Das kann immer noch so bleiben. Bitte passe den Regler so an, dass der Hund und die Katze Freunde werden. No. Das ist ja cute. Bitte passe den Regler so an, dass die Nummer 5 zu Nummer 9 wird. Die 9? Die 9 oder die 9? Sogar kursiv geschrieben. Nehmen wir die 9. Bitte passe den Regler so an, bis du aufhörst, den Regler anzupassen. Ich kann nicht aufhören, ihn anzupassen. Ah. Ich kann nicht. Ah. Da. 2/3 ungefähr. Welches dieser beiden ausgedachten Wörter findest du ansprechender? Okuboinkal oder Skrumtusch? Okubointal finde ich doch schon sympathischer als Krummtusch. Aber wie viel sympathischer finde ich das? Oder ansprechender? Na, so viel. Bitte passe den Regler nicht an. Hihihi. Weißt du, welche Uhrzeit es gerade ist? Ja. Ist die Uhrzeit, die es gerade ist, die korrekte Uhrzeit? Ich denke schon, ja. Was ist die Zeit was ist Zeit überhaupt? Ja. Genau das. Gibt es etwas über dich, das du mir noch nicht erzählt hast? Ja, bestimmt. Hilfe. Nein. Wirst du zurückkommen, um mich zu besuchen? Ja. Der ist von alleine verrutscht, Alex. Ich musste den deswegen zurück anpassen. Ja, ja. Komm, das machen wir direkt nochmal. Das ist sehr albern. Nochmal Neustart, bitte. Ich muss mehr Sachen anpassen. Ich kann nicht anders. Wie viel Uhr ist es? Weiß das irgendjemand wirklich? Natürlich nicht. Niemand weiß irgendwas. Wir beide kennen uns nicht mal. Wir sind wie Fremde füreinander. Klar, ich habe alle Spieleinstellungen genau nach deinen Vorgaben angepasst. Aber wer hat das nicht? Das mache ich halt, so wie mein Job. Und jetzt ist dieser Job vorbei. Es gibt für mich keine weiteren Informationen zu sammeln. Ich habe alle Daten über dich gesammelt, die ich sammeln kann. Und ich kenne dich immer noch nicht richtig. Und du mich auch nicht. Und niemand von uns weiß, wie spät es ist. Doch, es ist 20:54 Uhr. Manche Einstellungen sind wohl einfach uneinstellbar. Aber wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin, hat die Uhrzeit sowieso keine Funktion im Spiel. Beim nächsten Spielstart wirst du mich hier nicht mehr antreffen, aber das ist okay. Videospiele sollte man schließlich allein spielen. Das kommt auf das Spiel drauf an, ne? Also, du bist gern allein, oder? Oh ja, geht schon, ne? Das ist wahrscheinlich das Einzige, was ich wirklich über dich gelernt habe. Nun, es ist Zeit für mich zu gehen. Eine Einstellung müssen wir noch anpassen, aber darauf muss ich mich kurz vorbereiten. Das steht nicht wirklich in meiner Stellenbeschreibung, aber das ist okay. Vielleicht siehst du mich wieder, falls du mich findest. Bis bald. Und was ist die Einstellung jetzt? Müssen wir herausfinden, ne? Das müssen wir herausfinden, was die Einstellung ist. Das geht ja so nicht. Oh. Ist die Einstellung hier irgendwo? Ist da was Neues? Sieht jetzt nicht so aus, ne? Das ist ja voll schade. Das ist ja schon traurig. Vielleicht hätte ich einfach nochmal neu starten sollen. Er kann mir doch nicht sagen, da ist noch eine Einstellung und ich habe sie noch nie gesehen, Mann. Ah. Macht mich unruhig, eine Einstellung uneingestellt zu lassen. Das geht doch nicht.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of
Das war aber auch noch nicht immer hier.
distinction.
Das war aber auch noch nicht immer da. Ich wollte mit ihm noch in den Himmel, ne? Muss ich wieder hier dauernd Computer ausmachen und so. Warum ist das mit mal hier? Wie lange ist das schon da, ohne dass ich es gemerkt habe?
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
War ich schon so weit, dass ich den Computer oben beim Bosses Office anklicken muss? Müssen wir da jetzt nochmal hoch?
Stanley
Okay.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ja, so eine Krise, dass da noch ein E mehr ist, eindeutig. Eine Krise. Eine Krise. Oder so. Komm einmal, wir müssen einen Computer
Coming
drücken.
to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Aber erstmal nochmal aufs Klo. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Das hatten wir schon mal. Habe ich unten nicht alle Computer gemacht? Das ist natürlich jetzt doof. Ey, ein Fahrstuhl.
Stepping into his manager's office,
Dunk.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, jetzt ist das wieder weg. Und jetzt sind wir hier wieder nur bei 1.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship.
Ach, weil ich neu gestartet
stands
habe, ne?
the test of time.
Das hätte ich jetzt auch gesagt, Alex. Bist hier nicht voll konzentriert auf Stanley, das ist
All of
inakzeptabel.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Dunk.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Das ist trotzdem inakzeptabel.
Not everyone is so
Auch wenn du das
lucky,
meiste schon
but
kennst.
Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky indeed. Kannst du mal nicht so reden, als ob ich gleich mit dem Eimer schlafe? Das wäre sehr nett. War Nummer 3 oben? Ich glaube schon, ne?
Could his co-workers really all be gone? Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Du, 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 du. Ist jetzt auch ins Meer durchgestrichen, ne? Genau.
Stanley, we must move on
Ja,
to
ja,
this
ja,
broom
ja.
closet, simply because I have no coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket
Immer noch
walked
keine
upstairs to the
Meersticker.
boss's office.
Sad. Multi-Eimer, ja natürlich. Also,
Already this was
hoffe ich doch.
uncomfortable.
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Kann ich überhaupt an den Computer dann gleich nochmal drücken? Weil die Tür
all of
geht
his
ja immer zu,
coworkers
ne?
were gone. What could it mean?
Stanley cradled the bucket.
Das ist ja kacke. Kein Himmelende mit Eimer. Buh.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
Das ist ja langweilig. Und das ging schnell dahin. Lass mich nochmal das normale Office haben, bitte.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him.
Stan
Ich dachte, das erste Mal, als ich hier zu dem Ende gekommen bin, bin ich auch rausgegangen und dann nochmal
All of his
zurück.
co-workers were gone. What could it
Ah,
mean?
vielleicht irre ich mich auch.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Nee, ist einfach weiter zu, ne? Das ist ja schon ein bisschen
Stanley
schade.
flung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
Buh.
Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Nee, hab ich schon.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20
Nö.
I would say that's the kind of... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Ja, Emma hat immer recht.
Truly, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
Hat nochmal anfangen zu
ignored his
reden.
left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Nö. Der Emma hat gesagt, runter.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd
Oh.
find this place eventually.
Das ist meine Frau und mein Computer und das Baby.
You see, your friends
Die
and I are
Linie.
concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Mach das, Alex. Dich mochte ich noch nie, Baby. Home Sweet Besenkammer. Oder so. Na komm, Adventure Line, zeig mal, wo es hingeht.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Raw Assets Map 2. Engine Import Funk Rotating. Das sind aber ganz schön viele Imports für dasselbe. Refactor Base 6. Small Asset Import. Dun da da dun da dun da. Dun da da dun da dun da dun. Dun, da, da, dun, da, dun, da.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Nee. Das ist mein Eimer. Fick dich. Er wird nicht aufgegeben, Mann. Ist nicht drin. Das hier ist aber keine Wand, das ist eine Treppe.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Nee.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Oh.
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Nee. Oh Gott.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
Nee.
it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Nee,
Can
finde
you
ich
guess
nicht gut.
what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go
Nö.
ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Ich will die Maschine ausmachen.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Ist er explodiert. Das ist ja gar nicht schade. Da fliegt er rum. Er ist doch nicht explodiert.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
RIP. Müssen wir jetzt nochmal dahin, um den Eimer da rein zu tun, ja? Na dann auf und davon.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at... Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not.
Nee.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Wieso warten wir doch mal eben noch einen Moment länger hier, ne?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Ja, voll. Deswegen chillen wir jetzt noch hier ein bisschen. Weil das so cool hier.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Tick, tock.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge.
Ja, auf jeden
Clearly, the
Fall.
bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Tick, tock, 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 tick, tock. Ich glaube, jetzt kommt nichts mehr, wa?
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Hab nicht getroffen. Knopf schon so riesig, trotzdem nicht getroffen. Warum facepalmst du denn jetzt so, Alex? Was ist los? Was habe ich getan?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Aber ich will den Bucket
I
haben.
know I'm the one who
Den
gave you the
Eimer.
bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another
Oder
story
spende ich genau die
involving the
richtige Zeit
Adventure
damit?
Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now, this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember
war
all
schnell.
those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Ja, ja.
Is the Bucket Destroyer.
Aber mein Eimer.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it
Also
already
ich sehe kein
feels as
Flash,
though
ich
it's
sehe nur
been part of
Metall.
the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Haha.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Darf ich gar nicht. Kann ich gar nicht.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Ich
I don't
versuch's
know
doch.
what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That
Der
is
Eimer
its
möchte nicht.
singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Naja, wenn ich das eh nicht kann, dann können wir auch direkt schon resetten. Müssen wir nicht nochmal warten, ne? Warte mal kurz. Doch. Telefon. Warte, ich brauche den Eimer dafür. Ich traue mich nicht, selber zu telefonieren.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Vielleicht kann der Eimer mitschreiben.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, you know, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
Okay. Wer auch immer sie ist, sie hat einen neuen Eimer. Who farted? Also ich gerade nicht. Kommt schon mal vor, aber jetzt gerade nicht. Nee.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left
No.
to go back to the meeting room.
Gehen jetzt hier hin.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Grumpy Eimer. Ja, das hält garantiert.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number. And that will be it.
Natürlich.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler anmarines. None of us
Figler
can.
Anmarines. Sterbe ich jetzt, wenn ich da runterspringe? Das wohl nie herausfinden. Oh. Das ist neu. Ganz viele Kassetten. Narrator Sound System. Haben wir herausgefunden, wie der Narrator funktioniert.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Yes.
It's
Oh.
unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Der Eimer. Natürlich. Oder was der Eimer mal war. Oder wie auch immer. Das wissen wir ja doch schon da, weil wir das Out of Bounds Ende gemacht haben, ne? Oder sollen wir da zurück? Ja, ja.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work.
So viele
Can you
Boxen?
verify that this is correct?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ja.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly.
Ich habe geklickt und es hat funktioniert.
The Future Happiness Foundation.
So viele Eimer. Ich bin anscheinend eine Katze. Nicht Eimer, Kisten. Alles der gleiche. Passt in beides eine Katze rein. Über 1300 Boxen.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nö, ich will gucken, ob ich da unten auch rein darf ohne Eimer.
Stanley was so bad
Ohne
at following directions,
Katalaktar.
wasn't fired years ago.
Oder wie auch immer der Eimer hieß.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the
Kassette hängt. Oh, sie sieht auch anders aus. Da steht nicht mehr dieser andere Text.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Natürlich. Immer bin ich schuld. Sehr gut. Mach das, Alex.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Klingt voll nach dem
What
Plan.
did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. He had simply missed
Sie
the
sind
memo.
da! All meine Kisten sind da! Yay! So viele Kisten! Da sind noch mehr! Ah! Ah, die Tür kann ich auch zumachen. Guck mal, Eimer! All die Kisten! Immer mehr Unsinn! Oh, noch mehr Kisten. Die sind überall.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Yay.
This was not the
Vielleicht sind auch im Meetingraum
but Stanley had filled
oder
the bucket
in der
full,
Lounge ganz viele
telling him
Kisten.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Sehr gut. Wow. Und nochmal.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Das ist aber verkehrt rum.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Das ging eben die ganze Zeit nach rechts. Meine Kisten, nein. Sie sind alle wieder weg.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this
Ich bin sad.
bucket.
And indeed it was.
Kann ich mir nicht mehr anschauen. Das ist nicht okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had
Jetzt wäre ein guter...
calling to him, telling him that the
Ja. Jetzt wäre ein guter Zeitraum, das Ende zu machen, was ich gerade gemacht habe, ne?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it a... Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Natürlich. Hallo, es ist unser Eimer, er redet endlich mit uns.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Ich glaube, ich habe noch gerade was gesehen, was ich noch nicht getan habe, was vielleicht gehen könnte.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
427b. Das ist ja nicht sehr satisfying. Das klingelt gar nicht richtig. Das macht nur brrrt. Aber wir haben ein schöneres Haus. Jazz Music. Pass auf, jetzt betrügt mich mein Eimer gleich. Hi, Eimer. Hallo Stanley, ich bin es, dein Eimer. Drücke O, um mich zur Arbeit mitzunehmen. Okay.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Natürlich. Aber du bist echt Erzähler, ja? Ach so. Drücke G, um mich zurück nach Hause mitzunehmen.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Auch schöne Bilder. Drücke Y, um zurück zur Arbeit zu gehen.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Das sagst du. Hör nicht auf den lauten Mann, drücke K, damit wir wieder nach Hause gehen.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of...
Er ist nur neidisch auf den Eimer. Eindeutig. Drücke J, um alle in deinem Leben außer mir zu ignorieren.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine.
Du hältst mich für real, oder Stanley? Drücke Y, um wieder nach Hause zu gehen.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Drücke T, um denselben Tag mit mir wieder und wieder zu erleben.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Hör nicht auf den alten Mann da.
Point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket.
Drücke O, um nach Hause und zur Arbeit und nach Hause und zur Arbeit und nach Hause zu gehen.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Ich dachte, das ist nur ein Eimer. Oh, der Eimer wartet schon mit Kerzen im Bett auf mich. Oh Gott. Oh, die Uhr da zeigt eine andere Zeit als unsere Uhr draußen. Steht immer noch auf 0 Uhr 0. Steht auf 0 Uhr 13.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
Nein.
Give me the bucket, Stanley.
Das ist mein Eimer.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Fick dich, das ist mein Eimer. Geh zurück zur Arbeit, Stanley. Das ist ein Unsinn. Aber jetzt muss ich...
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Ich bin das letzte Mal gar nicht am Fenster gegangen, als er das gesagt hat. Man hört, es klingt halt wirklich nach Regen. Es sieht zwar nicht so aus, aber es klingt so. Vielleicht passiert was anderes, wenn ich jetzt rausgehe. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Aber man kann es ja mal versuchen. Nee. Das Regengeräusch verschwindet einfach. Und jetzt muss ich aber noch was anderes ausprobieren, was ich mir eben gedacht habe, da im Telefonraum. Erst einmal ohne Eimer wieder, ne?
He made a note to be more careful with time from when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
Was ich mir gerade denke, was funktionieren könnte, wäre, dass ich das Telefon rausziehe. Weil, sag schon. Das Licht ist ja so hin und her geschwungen. Ich konnte ja genau sehen, wo es eingestöpselt war, ne? Vielleicht darf ich es noch rausziehen. Wie ich ihn jetzt gerade einfach leiser gemacht habe, dass ich besser drüber reden kann. Weil das haben wir ja eh schon alles einmal gehört, ne? Einfach den Erzähler leiser gemacht. Weil, warum nicht, ne? Wenn ich reden will, dann rede ich jetzt einfach über den, bei Dingen, die wir schon gehört haben. Und wenn das gleich nicht funktioniert, dann hat es ja auch nicht so lange gedauert, da nochmal hinzugehen, ne?
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Und dann machen wir das gleich nochmal mit dem Eimer, wenn was passiert.
To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Es tut mir leid.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember, that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ooh.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay. Oh. Soll ich da drauf gehen? Ach, du bringst mich zu der Tür zurück, nicht wahr?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh. Ich hau nicht mal runter. Einen Moment. Ich hasse es, wenn sich das so anfühlt, wenn man niesen muss, aber das dann nicht will. Oh, ach so, die Lounge.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nö.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Ich dachte, das hier wäre links gewesen. Aber anscheinend ja nicht.
Oh, ruined. I can't believe
It's
after
okay.
everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
Oh no.
I have to.
Oh. Oh. Das hat ja noch nicht so gut funktioniert.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Sorry?
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
Spoiler.
It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Jetzt sagt er schon gar nichts mehr.
No! Why did you do that?
Jetzt hat er was
Quickly,
gesagt.
hurry back.
Ich glaube, ich muss jetzt direkt nach links gehen, wa?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Einmal noch. Irgendwie ist er jetzt ein bisschen delayed, wa?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, ich gehe direkt hier lang. Ich habe ja verstanden.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh.
No. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Die Treppe nach unten ist nicht mehr da. Das ist keine Toilette mehr. Alle meine Optionen. Ja, da sind immer farbig markiert, die Türen, ne? Oh. Das sieht anders aus.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Ach so, habe ich das. Please speak clearly into the receiver. Nightshark 115. I'm the most expensive boss.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Ich kann nicht sprechen. Ich bin Stanley. Ich kann Tastaturgeräusche machen.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Step.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Credits.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Oh. War das jetzt mein Klick oder war das, weil das sowieso passiert wäre und ich habe nur mal wieder im richtigen Moment geklickt?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Gucken wir doch mal, ob sich das ändert, wenn ich den Eimer dabei habe. Wenn ich den Stecker da rausziehe. Gucken wir mal, ne?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Nope.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Lasset es uns sehen, genau.
To go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room.
Don't go
somewhere
anywhere.
else. Cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Ich bin ein
Of
Eimer.
course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ich kann auch so reden.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Natürlich ist da
It's sitting right
noch so ein
here.
Video.
Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
What?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Ja, nice.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
What?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Ah ja.
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Danny with the funny. Ah!
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and
What
to very
the
likely
fuck?
die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Das hat jetzt aber eine andere Richtung noch angenommen.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Nee, Alex, ist zu spät. Und ja, schon irgendwie Zeit, oder? Schön Regeln fürs Witze erzählen aufstellen. Mit ganz präzisen Timings und alles. Und danach noch Umfragebögen, also.
I can feel it. This
Wir
time,
Deutschen unsere
I'm really
Formulare,
going to
ne?
nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
The
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly.
Who's
No need
that?
to overthink things.
Oh, habe ich nicht richtig dran geschüttelt.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay. Das hier war links, ne? Oh.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go.
Oh.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of
Ich
2
dachte, wir schauen uns das nochmal zusammen an.
the door on the left.
Na komm, gehen wir diesmal links lang.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Ja, voll. Oh.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Was ein Quatsch. Oh. Aber wieder einen anderen Anfang.
One man, one bucket. One chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had
Aber das ist der korrekte Weg, wo ich hin will.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Good.
There's something up there I need you to
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Gar nichts dazu gesagt, dass ich hier runtergesprungen bin bis jetzt. Kommt der Erzähler hier nicht mit, wenn ich den Eimer hab? Das ist ja schade.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says,
Aww.
no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Auf der Seite ist da nicht mehr Gefahr, ne? Mal rein da. Is this a bucket?
Now then,
Game Show
I'm going to run
Zeit.
you through some
Also.
test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Ich glaube schon. Nice.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual
Fick
bucket.
dich. Fick dich einfach.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Kann ich bitte näher dran? Das ist ein Eimer.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fick dich, Spiel.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Ja.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Nice.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Das ist schon schwieriger, ne? Also, wir haben sehr viel Metall. Ist mal eine andere Farbe. Also, da geht auch schon mal mehr Wasser rein. Weil da oben ist ein Loch, da kann man eine Flüssigkeit reinfüllen, ne? Also, ich glaube, es ist ein Eimer. Ah.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Ach, aber die ersten beiden waren okay, ja?
Is this a bucket?
Ich bin mir sicher, das ist schon wieder einer, ja.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Ja, nice. Guck mal an.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Darf ich einen Freund anrufen? Ich bin mir nämlich da, also da bin ich mir gar nicht sicher. Habe ich Joker? Hallo? Was ist das für eine Gameshow, wenn ich keine Joker habe? Dann ist das halt ein Eimer.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Deswegen war ich mir so unsicher.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Das ist ein Eimer.
Okay,
Aw.
you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Das ist eine schwierige Frage. Ja.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Also auch dich?
Here we go.
Alles weg. Sehr gut.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Nice.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
So ein Unsinn. Jetzt müssen wir natürlich noch mal hingehen und zu allem Nein sagen, ne? Also, das ist ja wohl das Mindeste.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps it's bucket time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your...
Ja, laber mal schneller.
What is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Ich will noch mehr Quizshow machen und alles falsch beantworten.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Nö.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Weil das ja auch so einen Unterschied macht, ob das ein Eimer ist oder nicht, ne?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Dumm.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Ist natürlich dann auch gleich noch die Frage, was passiert, wenn ich alles richtig oder alles falsch beantworte, ne?
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Da.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Kannst du uns den Trick wenigstens mal erklären? Ja, ich habe auch Zeit, das
Wait, hold
herauszufinden.
on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't
Ich habe das Gefühl, das ändert sich
I
nicht.
could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have
Ja,
that.
ich bezweifle, dass sich da was ändert.
I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Weil ich glaube, das, was davor ist, ist dann unabhängig von dem, was er dann da am Ende labert, ne?
What happened?
Wenn das jetzt irgendwie anders gewesen wäre oder so, dann gerade, zumindest was ich dann bei der letzten Frage antworte. Aber naja. Oh, das Telefon klingelt schon wieder.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your
Krieg ich wieder
shipment of
Kisten?
1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future
Als ich da das
Happiness
erste Mal
Foundation.
stand, dachte ich, sie fängt an zu sagen, von wegen hier 1337. Ich brauche immer noch die letzte Sammelfigur, ne? Und ich habe bestimmt noch irgendwelche Enden nicht gesehen, wo ich keine Ahnung habe, wo ich da hin will, ne? Ich glaube, es wird Zeit, um zu gucken, was ich noch so verpasst habe, würde ich sagen. Ich glaube, wir sind an dem Punkt, wo ich selber sehr unwahrscheinlich noch Kram finden werde. Wo habe ich den Guide denn hingetan? Ja, stimmt. Einmal könnte man das noch probieren, da überall das alles richtig zu sagen. Ja, wobei, durch die eine Trickfrage kann ich ja theoretisch gar nicht alles richtig oder alles falsch sagen. Also ich kann zumindest nicht alles falsch sagen, aber irgendwie doch. Und genau bei dem Richtigsein auch, ne? Ja, komm, machen wir das erst noch, bevor ich mir Kram angucke.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not
Sonst hätte ich eben umsonst mitgeschrieben. Das wäre ja auch langweilig.
Bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Aber wahrscheinlich ist die letzte Figur bei dem Ende da mit den ganzen bunten Lichtern und so, ne? Ich habe mitgeschrieben, natürlich.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Da im Chat habe ich mitgeschrieben.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Ich war Notepad aufgemacht oder so, einfach Textinput mitgeschrieben. Chat-Input. Weil manchmal ist mein Hirn ja doch doof.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
glaube, das Mitgeschriebene brauche ich gar nicht, weil so viele Fragen sind es jetzt auch nicht, ne? Aber hey.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item
Dun, dun, dun,
is this
dun, dun,
a bucket?
dun. Nö.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Diese Verarsche.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Nein.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Ja. Hallo Becky, schönen
Correct.
guten Abend.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Nein, das ist ein Traktor.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Da ist ein
Is this a
Eimer.
bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Nice.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Jein. Was passiert, wenn ich Ja anklicke? Gar nichts. Ja.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Haha, hat er mich gekriegt.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Das ist kein Eimer.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it
Ah, das
sound
wird
like I'm
dasselbe
saying
wie eben,
everything
ne?
is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Nein.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep
Ich kann einfach
doing
beide
this.
Knöpfe drücken.
I'm losing myself, and
Ja, okay.
myself was all I ever had to be.
Ja. Jetzt können wir da mal gucken, was mir noch so fehlt. Na, lass mich doch mal die Liste gucken, was wir so noch nicht gesehen haben. Dass ich einfach im Büro bleibe, hatten wir den Himmel, Out of Map, Whiteboard, The Insane Ending, wo wir tot auf der Straße liegen, The Escape Pod Ending, das ist neu. Also wir haben das Wort Bucket schon sehr oft gehört. Das habe ich noch nicht ausprobiert.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, die Kisten sind wieder alle da.
Stanley
Yay.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich wollte noch zu dem einen Ende noch mal, um zu gucken, ob da die Sammelfigur ist, ne? Lass uns das zuerst machen, bevor wir uns ein neues Ende anschauen. Warum da so viele Kisten stehen? Weil in dem Durchgang davor hat das Telefon geklingelt und wir sollten eine Bestellung von 1327 Kisten bestätigen. Dann habe ich das bestätigt und jetzt sind die alle hier. Das ist der Grund. Weil das Spiel albern ist.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Der Fahnen, der existiert.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
What? Really?
Really?
In the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Ich will nur ein Sammelfigürchen
I don't know
finden.
how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Oh, da ist sie.
Prove that I'm...
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Stehe in einer Art Schrank mit ganz vielen Zigaretten auf dem Boden und da ist einfach ein Stuhl.
Now listen carefully.
Jetzt gehen wir nochmal in den Meetingraum, ne? Weil jetzt haben wir alle Figürchen gefunden und die Wand hat gesagt, es gibt vielleicht doch eine Belohnung. Also auf und davon. Oh. Oh. Well, wir gehen nicht in den Meetingraum. I guess. Das ist ja jetzt doof.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Ja,
Didn't
voll.
it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Oh nein, die Memory Zone. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Das letzte Mal ging das da aber nicht so runter.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Diese ganzen creepy Menschendinger, die alle zu der Figur hinwollen. 7 von 6? What? Das ist aber nicht richtig. Oh, zurück zum Klo.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom.
Sammeln.
You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them.
Wow.
6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Sammeln wir jetzt einfach nochmal alle ein, ja? Sieht so aus. Was ist
Okay,
Office?
let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
Unter den Treppen war das, ne? Nee. Erst im Boss's Office. In dem Geheimgang. Genau. Ja.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Ach so. Gut zu wissen.
Let's see, what came next?
Das hier ist aber nicht, richtig?
Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room.
What?
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Das ist aber nicht so richtig, das haben wir nicht getan. Niemand denkt sich Erinnerungen für uns aus. Ist es der Erzähler selbst? Ist es wer anders? Wir werden es nie erfahren. Ich kann fliegen.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Hat ein Video gemacht. Oh nein. So schön alt Windows Movie Maker, ne? Mit den ganzen Effekten und so. Das Mini-Stand Number 5. Oh ja, und dann schön, thanks for watching. Hatten wir die ganze Zeit den Cursor da drauf, weil ich so nah an der Figur stand. Best Boy the Narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Nice. Was ein Quatsch. Aber wo der pinke Raum jetzt herkam, weiß ich immer noch nicht. Oh, und dann hier, genau.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, es geht beide zum selben Ort. Na, das Spiel kann wahrscheinlich die Reihenfolge so setzen, wie es will, ne? Das wird wahrscheinlich kein Problem sein. You are in the present. Oh, ich bin im Fernsehen oder ich bin im Fernsehen first person.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh. Bye, Memory Zone. Aber jetzt...
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must
13.
say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Er kriegt nicht genug vom Figuren sammeln. Also irgendwann muss auch mal Schluss sein, wenn man alle gesammelt hat. 2-mal. Wobei hat ja eben was von 3-mal. Ist dann am besten, um sich das zu merken zu machen. Deswegen sammeln wir einfach alle 3-mal ein, wa? Schauen wir das Video nochmal. Nee, wir müssen das nochmal anschauen. Yes! Aber Speedrun.
Yes, I love that video.
Nice.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Könnte von mir aus ein bisschen mehr lila als pink sein, aber ist schon nicht verkehrt. Oh. Ah ja.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Und weiter zurück. Hallo Kampfi, schönen guten Abend. Was ist, wenn ich jetzt da lang gehe? Darf ich nicht? Das ist ja schade.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Immer weiter in die Vergangenheit.
The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Ein Moment. Ach, das soll ein rollendes Emote sein. Ach, der Pop-Up ist zu groß. Hilfe! Ich krieg das nicht mehr zu. Twitch, warum bist du so? Erstmal Chat größer machen, so. Schlimm. Collectibles. Ja, auf den Schildern steht gar nicht mehr, wo es hinging. Erinnern wir uns. Da ist der Sprungkreis.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Okay, wir gehen weiter zurück in die Vergangenheit.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh. Unser Büro.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
No.
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh. Gehen wir doch einfach richtig zurück. Sehr gut. So, dann kann ich jetzt hier mal dahin gehen, wo ich eigentlich hin wollte. Und dann habe ich mich von der Figur ablenken lassen. Und das Telefon klingelt wieder. Darf ich wieder 1 Million Kisten bestellen?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately. and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Und ich warne mich damit, oder ich werde dadurch gewarnt, durch eine aufgenommene Nachricht, dass sie gefährlich sind? Du kommst später nochmal mit. Erstmal jetzt das nächste Ende, was ich sehen will. Ohne Eimer. Und danach wieder mit Eimer.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, das Büro ist wieder normal.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping in.
Haha. Das geht nämlich anscheinend auch. Das hatten wir schon. Die Tür ist wieder aufgegangen. Und zu dem Fahrstuhl darf ich leider wieder nicht. Gucken wir doch mal, wie weit wir zurück dürfen, wa? Ist hier unten gerade noch was? Also ersten Versuch würde ich das ja nicht nennen. Ich bin ein paar Mal nicht weit genug reingegangen, ne? Dann gucken wir doch mal, was jetzt passiert, nachdem ich da einfach abgehauen bin. Ich kann immer noch hier stehen, aber niemand erzählt mir was. Weil der Erzähler einfach nicht mehr da ist. Wir haben ihn verloren. Einfach eingesperrt. Oh. Ich gehe nicht so weit, genau. Ich hab's doch voll drauf. Gehen wir einfach zurück in unser Büro. Oh, die Tür war das ist neu. You are now leaving. Oh no. Escape Pod Bay for floor 760. Also müssen wir noch 6 Stockwerke hoch, ja? Das wird ja spannend. Treppen laufen. Warum sind die Fahrstühle, wenn daraus nicht mal Knöpfe sind? Schlimm. Ganz schön hohes Gebäude, ne? Wenn das 760 Stockwerke hat oder noch mehr wahrscheinlich. Also, da kann man schon mal ein bisschen hoch und runter laufen. $757. $758. $759. Was ist denn die Catchphrase, Kampfi? We don't set the bar, we are the bar. Sehr gut. 760. Escape Pod Launch Bay. Escape. Aber es ist so dunkel hier. Weiß ich doch gar nicht, ob ich noch in die richtige Richtung gucke, weil ich mich im Kreis gedreht habe. Laufen wir einfach rückwärts. Ah. Oh. Ist das Licht einfach ausgegangen. Jetzt passiert nichts mehr. Es gibt keine Flucht, wa?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it. It's bucket time.
Da nochmal mit Eimer, wa?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Da machen wir das direkt nochmal.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's
Mehr Kleber?
office was
Immer noch
where
nicht,
he'd
ne?
find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Ja, ja,
If I
ja.
did, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Natürlich erstmal wieder Richtung Klo als erstes. Das hatten wir auch schon.
Stepping
Nice. Und nochmal zurück. Nee, könnte man nicht. Dafür, wenn schon mit CK, also ist schon immer noch ein Bucket. Also, anders ist das nicht akzeptabel. Nee, nee. Ja, das Gefühl, das verändert sich hier noch nicht großartig, wa? Weil ja kein Erzähler da ist, um hier Albernheit mit mir und dem Eimer zu machen. 755. Ich glaube, Bucketeer klingt da auch besser, ne? Als Buccaneer. Das N, das ist da, glaube ich, überflüssig. 756. Ja, doch. 757. 758. 759. 760. Ich bin mir auch nicht sicher, Becky. Oh. Diesmal gehe ich rein. Oder nur der Eimer? Psst, sag nix, Eimer. Bitte weine nicht. Aber wir gehen nicht mit, wir tun nur den Eimer da rein. Was ist das denn für ein Quatsch? Warum? Ich passe da auch noch rein, also. Nee, das ist nicht das erste Mal. Wir haben ihn ja schon Third Person gesehen, ne? Da haben wir auch Hände gesehen. Also, das doch schon. Und da sind wir zurück. So, was haben wir denn noch so für Ende, die wir noch nicht gemacht haben? Das haben wir alles. Das haben wir alles. Freedom, confusing. Stanley dying. The vent ending. The phone ending. The real person ending. The sending. Was ist das mit für? The art ending. Ja, das werde ich aber nicht machen. Ich werde nicht da 4 Stunden rumstehen und den Knopf für das Baby drücken. Das ist auch anscheinend wirklich ein Ende, aber das werde ich mir aber nicht antun. Das ist ja Quatsch. Nee. 4 Stunden Knopf drücken? Das ist ja wohl albern. New Content Ending, Skip Button Ending, Sequel Ending, The Whole Ending. Wo er mich dann aber irgendwann zurückgeportet hat. Figurines Ending, The Bucket Endings. Da haben wir ja auch eigentlich jetzt alles gemacht, was ging, ne? Wo ich mit dem Eimer nochmal hin durfte. Genau, das ist etwas, was man sich auf YouTube anschaut, wenn man es unbedingt sehen will. Oder man bezahlt mich gut genug dafür. Dann sitze ich auch hier 4 Stunden und drücke einen Knopf. Nee, natürlich nicht. Das wäre, glaube ich, doch doof. Könnt ihr ja eh nicht. Oh, wir haben noch ein Ende. Muss ich das Spiel noch öfter neu starten? Na dann. Noch mehr Einstellungsgedönse, da kommt vielleicht doch noch mehr. Oh ne, die Option ist da, haben wir da schon oft genug gemacht. Ja, sehr gut. Ja, klicken wir mal dann noch da auf das Epilog. Auf den Epilog. Klicken wir auf das Epilog, Alter. Oder so. Das Skip-Button-Ending, das war einfach lang. Er hat einfach so viel gelabert, weil wir ihm zugehört haben. Viele, viele Jahre später. Wir sind wieder in der Wüste. Nach dem Skip-Button-Ending. Das ist ja schon fancy. So viel Sand. Oh, wir haben einen Stuhl mitgebracht. Und mein Lagerfeuer gemacht. Ich kann nicht reinlaufen. Was ein bequemer Office-Stuhl, ne? Oh, Sandsturm. Noch mehr Stühle. Alle halb im Sand, dann können sie nicht weggeweht werden. Oh, das ist einfach dunkel. Da ist der Mond. Der ist ganz schön nah. Ein Sonnenaufgang. Oh. Eine Steinsäule und ein Gebäude. Ist das nicht das Haus von der Memory Zone? Ja. Oh, The Stanley Parable 2. Endlich steht's mal da drin. Ich habe Superliminal gespielt, ja. Habe ich getan. Ein bisschen kaputt. Oh. Eine große Zeitung. Rezension: The Stanley Parable 2. Wie vielen anderen hat mir das originale Stanley Parable viel Spaß gemacht, was unterstreicht, wie sehr mich die Fortsetzung enttäuscht. Wo das erste Spiel vor Originalität nur so strotzte, ist The Stanley Parable 2 öde, uninspiriert und eine Beleidigung für alle Fans. Anstatt das auszubauen, was das erste Spiel unterhaltsam gemacht hat, schwenkt die Fortsetzung in Bereiche ab, nach denen niemand gefragt hat. Ein unendlich tiefes Loch? Wen juckt's? Wo sind die neuen Enden? Was ist mit den unterhaltsamen Features von The Stanley Parable 1 wie der Abenteuerlinie? Stattdessen bekommen wir eine uninspirierte Nebenaufgabe, Figuren zu sammeln. Figuren sammeln. Selbst dieser Zeitvertreib fühlt sich unvollständig an. Wenn man alle Figuren sammelt, bekommt man gar. Hat der Text nicht mehr gepasst. Cat Dog Born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Ja. Ist es wahr geworden? Es gibt doch Cat Dogs. Stanley Parable-Entwickler. Keine weiteren Spin-offs, keine weiteren Fortsetzungen. Als The Stanley Parable 2013 mit großem Erfolg auf den Markt kam, planten die Macher ein ganzes Franchise daraus zu machen. Aber wie in der heutigen Pressemitteilung erläutert wurde, haben die katastrophalen Verkäufe und schlechten Kritiken von The Stanley Parable 2 die Entwickler dazu veranlasst, ihre Ambitionen neu zu überdenken. Es ist offensichtlich, dass die Fans nicht noch mehr von The Stanley Parable wollen, heißt es in der Pressemitteilung. Wir dachten, dass unsere Vision der Serie bei den Spielern Begeisterung auslösen würde, doch es hat sich herausgestellt, dass das bei weitem nicht der Fall ist. Weiterhin wird in der Pressemitteilung das Versprechen gegeben, die künstlerische Integrität des Originalspiels zu wahren und die Fans nicht weiter mit unseren waghalsigen und beleidigenden kreativen Visionen zu belästigen. Das Wort Entschuldigung taucht in der Pressemitteilung über 25 Mal auf. Sehr gut. Get on the green. Ist das ein Getränk für Golfer dann? Oder wie sehe ich das? Der Namenknopf. Jim. Was eine schöne Erinnerung. Das sind ganz schön viele Knöpfe davon. Die Sammelfigur. Wir können sie nochmal sammeln. Das ist ja herrlich. Nummer 19 und 20, 21 und 22 und 23 und 24 und 25. War sogar eine zu viel. Waren 7. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Oh. Wenn ich den anschalte oder ausschalte, ist dann vorbei. Oh. Hallo nochmal. Schön, dich zu sehen. Es ist das Ding, was am Start kommt, was mich nach der Uhrzeit gefragt hat. Aber wie schrecklich zu erfahren, dass es nie wieder ein Stanley Parable-Spiel geben wird. Hast du gelesen, was die Entwickler gesagt haben? Die Integrität der Serie wahren. So ein Quatsch. Der Stanley Parable ist nicht heilig, wir müssen es nicht schützen. Zum Teufel mit dem Vermächtnis. Machen wir weiter Stanley Parable-Spiele, bis die Sonne explodiert. Fahren wir diese Serie voll gegen die Wand, ziehen wir sie durch den Dreck hin und her. Und wenn die Leute es hassen, wen juckt's? Schau, das war das Problem des Erzählers. Er war besessen davon, was andere über seine Arbeit dachten. Mach nicht denselben Fehler. Klammere dich nicht ans Vermächtnis. Lass es brennen. Es ist nicht schwer. Hier, ich zeige es dir. Zusammen machen wir The Stanley Parable 3. Es ist ganz leicht. Wir müssen nur die Zahl auf dem Titelbildschirm ändern. Und wir brauchen einen richtig dämlichen Untertitel fürs Spiel. Irgendwas Lautes und Protziges. Na los, kombiniere irgendwelche zufälligen Wörter zu einem neuen Titel für unser Spiel. The Stanley Parable 3. Was haben wir zur Auswahl? Der Herr der Stanley vs. Verborgene, Tempel der, Fluch der, spektakuläre, Lava, Waffe, Heftklammer, Spraydose, Malware und Lochstanz. Also ich darf mir jetzt wahrscheinlich eins hiervon aussuchen und eins davon. Was hätte ich denn gerne? The Stanley Parable 3. Verborgene Lochstanze. Eindeutig. The Stanley Parable 3. Verborgene Lochstanze. Es ist absurd. Ich liebe es. Immer wenn du das Spiel neu startest, erhöhen wir die Zahl der Fortsetzung um 1 und dann wählen wir einen neuen Untertitel. So wird The Stanley Parable niemals enden. Und im Spiel selbst ändert sich auch nichts, wenn du das machst. Neue Inhalte hinzuzufügen hört sich nach Arbeit an, das ist nicht nötig. Es werden einfach immer dieselben Inhalte sein, immer wieder neu verwertet mit einem neuen Titelbildschirm. Was meinst du, sollen wir mit diesem Plan weitermachen? Mir gefällt er, aber ich will, dass du auch mitredest. Machen wir es oder lieber nicht? Machen wir. Gut, dann ist es entschieden, eine neue Fortsetzung, immer wenn du das Spiel startest. Und weißt du was? Weil du an meine Idee glaubst, will ich dir auch etwas geben. Weißt du, mir ist aufgefallen, dass der Erzähler nie einen Weg gefunden hat, dir den kaputten Erfolg zu verleihen, stimmt's? Oh. Natürlich nicht. Ich hätte auch nicht erwartet, dass er wüsste wie. Das hat mich die ganze Zeit geärgert. Bringen wir es in Ordnung. So, das war's. Die Erfolgmaschine ist repariert. Siehst du, ich bin auf deiner Seite. Wir sitzen im selben Boot. Wir werden diese Räder in Bewegung halten. The Stanley Parable kann nicht enden. Es kann sich nur für spiralförmig in sich selbst hineindrehen. Endlos. Ich muss das Rad am Laufen halten. Ich bin bereit. Bist du bereit? Toll, wir müssen nur noch eine letzte Sache machen. Bitte gib die aktuelle Zeit ein. Aber gerne doch. Aber gerne doch. Hier, du kriegst sogar auch wieder die richtige. Bitte passt du den Regler so an, dass der Computer gerade noch sichtbar ist. Vielen Dank. Viel Spaß mit The Stanley Parable. Ja, nice. The Stanley Parable 3. Verborgene Lochstanze. Das habe ich aber nicht... Das habe ich aber nicht abgesegnet. Dann lass uns doch mal zu der Maschine hin, ne? Wenn mich das Spiel wieder zum neuen Content lässt.
This is the story of a man named... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Vielleicht ist die Tür ja jetzt wieder da. Oh.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Der Kleber, dass das ein Replacement-Bucket ist, der ist aber auch neu. Doch noch neuer Content.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Wow. Rude. Return to the Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall. Aber voll gerne doch. Dann schauen wir mal, ob der Hebel jetzt tatsächlich funktioniert oder nicht, ne? Ich bin gespannt.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yay!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of
Oh, vielleicht darf ich jetzt auch in den Einstellungsweltmeisterraum. Oh. Vielleicht geht er jetzt auch.
Game development is much. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Erstmal der Erfolg. Achso, das ist immer noch der Text. Der ist nur so lang von wegen der Knopf, der den Namen des Spielers sagt.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Ja, lass mich nochmal ausreden.
You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Jetzt ist er bestimmt auch gleich überrascht, wenn es funktioniert, ne? Nice. Testerrungenschaft. Bitte nicht ignorieren.
See, the machine is not working yet since what?
Oh.
Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Zähler ist überfordert. Sehr gut. Haben wir den Erfolg geschafft? Nice.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Den Einstellungsweltmeisterraum. Ist er vielleicht jetzt offen? Buh. Aber was ist, wenn ich mit dem Eimer zum Eimer gehe? Was passiert dann? Das konnten wir ja auch noch nicht ausprobieren. Ich konnte mit dem Eimer auch noch nicht ins Loch springen, ne? All diese Fragen. Oh. Eigentlich wollte ich nicht hier hin, um den jetzt dahin zu stellen.
There are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Boom!
Stanley!
Nein, mein Eimer!
Didn't lose you, Stanley. The power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
Nee, einer hätte doch
how much
gereicht.
the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Niemals. Ich hasse dich. Mein Eimer mit den Stickern. Ich wollte den Rest hier doch noch mit meinem Eimer erkunden, Mann. Das ist doch alles doof jetzt. Hoffentlich darf ich da noch mal hingehen.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
Sonst bin ich traurig. Das Schild ist nicht mehr da.
It's bucket time.
Immerhin ist die Tür noch offen. Da müssen wir noch mal laufen, Mann. So ein Scheiß. Bei ihm hat ihn das auch nicht interessiert, dass wir den Eimer dabei hatten, während wir da hingegangen sind, ne? Schon leider.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable.
Ja,
and
ja,
about
ja,
how
ja, bla,
roundly
bla, bla.
disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So
Aber zu
forget this
viel.
ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Haha, ich habe in die falsche Richtung geguckt. Das haben wir nie gesehen, dass das The Stanley Parable 2 stand.
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll
Jetzt haben wir's
cover with a
gesehen.
fully
Verdammt.
fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Der Knopf, der meinen Namen sagt, auch wenn er bis jetzt nur Jim
For the
sagen
Stanley
kann.
Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game,
Da sagt er
this
nichts
button will
anderes.
say your
Das ist
name,
ja schade.
whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Aber ich habe
want
einen
you to
Eimer und ich bin
imagine yourself
Stanley.
living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly
Das hatten wir noch
roleplay as
nicht.
Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now?
Yeah.
Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Nein. Jetzt habe ich ihn verärgert. Nimmt mir den Knopf zwar so oder so weg, aber jetzt habe ich ihn verärgert dafür. Tut mir gar nicht leid.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Werden wir das. Hier oben wollte ich gar nicht sein. Ich will mit meinem Eimer ins Loch. Ich will nochmal die Hündchen sehen. Oder darf ich nochmal Ballons aussuchen? Wahrscheinlich nicht, ne? Oh doch.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version,
Entscheide ich mich diesmal für
the office
die.
could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Ja.
Get Well Someday it is.
Jetzt habe ich den ich eigentlich zuerst haben wollte.
Maybe I should have gone with...
Ha.
No, I've made my decision. We're
Ausgetrickst.
moving on. Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a meet and see. Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say
Ändert
so.
sich auch nichts,
Now
wa?
then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole,
Das ist
you
ja
can
schon alles
press the
schade.
teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Oder auch nicht.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I
Darf mich
truly
nicht
did
schon
not believe
zurückporten.
that anyone would actually stay in the hole
Ja, ich
longer.
glaube, hier hat sich leider nichts verändert, wa? Aber lass mal das Spiel neu starten, damit wir The Stanley Parable 4 spielen können, ne? Das wäre doch was. Da habe ich jetzt Bock drauf. Eigentlich schon 1, 2 und 3 gespielt. Schauen wir uns mal an, wie The Stanley Parable 4 wird, ne? Ja, es tut mir leid, Steam, ich war zu schnell. Du warst noch nicht mit Cloud Sinken fertig. Das ist voll okay. Skelettartige Frischluft. Das ist auch ein Bild. Spielt The Stanley Parable 4, Skelettartige Frischluft. Nee, also die Grafik von dem Spiel finde ich ja schon voll
All of
scheiße.
his co-workers were gone.
Also das sieht ja voll kacke aus hier.
Stanley decided to...
Lass direkt das nächste spielen. Das gefällt mir jetzt schon nicht. Gucken wir uns mal The Stanley Parable 5 an. Ja, und Horror ist ja sowieso nicht meins, ne? Deswegen lassen wir das direkt. Das ist ja Quatsch. Unendliche Babys. Oh. Mittelaltermusik mit einem gemalten Pinguin. Das muss doch was werden. Und guck dir mal den Teppich an. Ich mag die Musik. Gucken wir mal, wie das noch so weitergeht, ne? Ich bin gespannt. Dass ich jedes Mal das Spiel dafür neu starten muss. Das ist ein bisschen doof. Wieso das, Becky? Wir haben dem Einstellungstypen oft genug Einstellungen gegeben. Jetzt lässt er mich einfach jedes Mal ein neues Stanley Parable machen. Angestellte der Haltestelle. Das klingt doch wunderschön. Es regnet. Oh, hallo? Nee, das ist mir unsympathisch. Er ist mir viel zu nah. Lass mal nochmal neu starten. Ja, das war ein bisschen creepy, wie der da so nah vor uns stand. So zurückgelehnt. Stanley Parable 7. Teil 5. Besenkammer. Oh. Es regnet schon wieder, aber diesmal in der Mind Control Facility. Und da ist jemand, der dreht sich einfach im Kreis. Mit Trompetenmusik. Ach, ich sehe hier keine Besenkammer. Der Titelbildschirm ist schon enttäuschend. Ist wahrscheinlich auch immer random aus Sachen zusammengeworfen. Ja. Können wir mal so ein paar Mal noch machen. Naja, kommt ja kein Gutes raus, ne? Hat der Typ uns ja eben gesagt. Wir ziehen die ganze Serie einfach durch den Dreck und so. Das Stanley Parable 8. Gegrillte Spraydo. Gegrillte Babys. Oh Gott. Security notice. This office is under 24-hour surveillance. Oh. Fehlt echt nur noch dieses Baby-Plakat-Ding hier, ne? Sehr gut. Gott, was ein Unsinn. Ja, ich möchte trotzdem spielen. Ach ja. Das ist schon sehr albern hier. Stanley Parable 9. Halb Angestellter, halb Eiscreme. Oh, hi. Das ist aber ein Knetmensch, ne? So aus Knet. Und es regnet hier drin schon wieder. Das geht wahrscheinlich ewig so weiter, ne? Ich glaube, das kann ich immer und immer wieder tun und das Spiel zählt einfach weiter. Was vollkommen okay ist. Die Frage ist, wie lange machen wir das noch, bis ich aufhöre? Fragen über Fragen. Stanley vs. Steuererklärung. Hier finde ich gut. Das ist der Stanley-Roboter. Schon steht vor der Tür keine Cornflakes. Das ist natürlich doof. So ein Quatsch. So, was wird das nächste Stanley Parable sein? Stanley Parable 11. Vierteljährliche Spinnen. Der Skip-Knopf. Und so ein Ding, was immer wieder nach vorne untertaucht, wie auch immer die Dinger hießen, diese Tauchvogel-Dings hieß, keine Ahnung. Eine Spinne sehe ich hier aber nicht, aber das klingt schon wieder sehr nach Horror. Da habe ich keine Lust drauf. Was schläft denn der Hund auch einfach vor der Küche? Geht doch nicht. Stanley Parable 12. Verborgene Eiscreme. Oh. Wir haben den Dating-Sim gefunden. Sehr gut. Oh Gott. Sind sie nicht cute? Okay, weiter nächstes. Ist auch mal schön, dass wenn ich das Spiel beende, dass dann halt der normale Startscreen da ein bisschen lila in meinem Stream ist, ne? Ist auch gar nicht verwirrend. Ganz bestimmt nicht. Das Stanley Parable 13. Vereint mit Piraterie. Okay. Dieser Regeneffekt schon wieder, ne? Aber die Musik. Wenn der Regen jetzt nicht da wäre, das wäre nice. Sehr schön. Dann zeigt die nächste Runde. Stanley Parable 14. Tödliche Verfassung der Menschen. Oh. Nice. Da hat jemand Spaß, den Würfel ein- und auszublenden. Na komm. Sehr gut. Bin leider nicht ich. Voll langweilig. Macht er einfach von alleine. Dann gucken wir uns das nächste an. Stanley Parable 15. Krokodilartige Schlange. Klage. Weiß zwar nicht, was das sein soll, aber hallo. So, wer fängt jetzt hier zuerst an zu beten und so? Oder so. Stanley Parable 16. Baby-Käsehäppchen. Fliegt irgendwas rum? Oh, wir sind auf einem Boot. Jetzt werden die Sea Shanties ausgepackt, wa? Oh, eine Ratze. Oder so. Irgend hier. Do, 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 do. Ho! Nee, Baby-Käsehäppchen, wenn das dann wirklich Käsehäppchen wären, dann würdest du ja eigentlich noch ein Baby, nicht ein Baby, einen Bindestrich dazwischen packen, ne? Also würde ich sagen, es ist ein Baby aus Käsehäppchen. Stanley Parable 17. Teuflische Banane. Oh, das ist aber eine Ananas. Und ein Huhn. Und was auch immer da. Da ist die Frau im Hintergrund, die an der Straße stand, als Stanley tot auf dem Boden lag. Und das ist einfach ein Wasserspender und ein Auto. Ah ne, guck mal, Stanley liegt ja sogar da. Die Ananas steht einfach da drauf. Also ich mag Bananen. Nee, sie hieß Mariella oder so. Achso, du meinst die Ananas, dann keine Ahnung. Oder das Huhn. Das Stanley Parable 18. Dr. Lochstanze. Ein unverzeihliche Sternschnuppe. Oh, da haben wir die Memory Zone wieder. Für mich hat dieser Shot irgendwie immer noch irgendwas Souls-likeiges an sich, ne? Oh. Ach, der Song ist das. Der Memory Zone Song, ne? Ich bezweifle das, glaube ich, Becky, dass das Adele ist. Fliegt eine Mücke im Zimmer rum. Ich mag das nicht. Soll mal weggehen. Wie sich das einfach lohnt, auch immer noch weiter neu zu starten, weil da immer wieder neuer Unsinn kommt, ne? Okay, machen wir mal weiter, ne? So schön das auch ist. Wir wollen noch mehr sehen. Was man halt nicht so macht, immer wieder das Spiel neu starten, ne? Die Gefahr der Polarnacht. Oh, jetzt haben wir ihn, der sich wieder im Kreis dreht, nur diesmal woanders. Und die Musik hatten wir auch schon mal. Dann können wir auch direkt weiter, ne? Dann können wir direkt weiter. Haben wir langsam doch Sachen aufgebraucht? Oder haben wir nur doofes RNG gehabt? Also, soweit ich das gesehen habe und der Guide das auch gesagt hat, haben wir dann eigentlich jetzt alles gesehen. Außer halt das 4-Stunden-Baby-Ending da. Die Leidenschaft der Inhalte. Nee. Geh weg. So. Starte bitte. Gibt zwar immer noch Erfolge, die ich machen könnte, aber ja, die bei Stanley Parable, die waren ja sehr albern. Kann ich ja gleich mal eben aufmachen. Wenn wir einen schönen Titelbildschirm haben. Stanley Parable 21. Wo ist mein Mauscursor? Jetzt doch mit Geburtstagsfeier. Nice. Was haben wir da für Unsinn, der noch fehlen würde? Commitment play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday, then 8. Speedrun complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times. Settings World Champion. Set all the settings sliders in the menu to all available numbers. Deswegen kann ich noch nicht in den Raum, ja? Super go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Sehr gut. Also habe ich im Menü echt nicht einmal alles irgendwie umgestellt. Das ist ja schade. Die einfach wahrscheinlich überall mal dran rumziehen, wa? Einfach mal überall ein bisschen durchblättern. Haben wir wenigstens gute Musik für, ne? Ja, zu schwer sollte der Speedrun-Erfolg ja wahrscheinlich nicht sein, ne? Oh, was war das? Joes Favorit. Ich könnte auch einfach einen normalen Cursor haben, sehr gut. Das hier auf jede Zahl stellen, das wird aber auch sehr, wenn ich das überhaupt kann. Fadenkreuzgröße, ja, so ein dicker, schöner Punkt da auf dem Screen. Oder so ein riesen Fadenkreuz. Ja, aber die Anzahl, wie viele Leute das auf Steam haben, ist ja jetzt nicht so aussagekräftig dafür. Ja, weißt du ja auch nicht, wie viele Leute das überhaupt versucht haben und so, ne?
This is the story of a man. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Da haben wir's. Oh, dann darf ich jetzt vielleicht in den einen Raum noch rein, ne? Da müssen wir jetzt doch noch mal gucken gehen. Ja, aber selten heißt ja nicht unbedingt schwer, das wollte ich halt damit sagen, ne? Ich hab vergessen, dass sie das jetzt so groß gemacht haben.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich finde das gut so. Weiß man immer genau, wo ich hingucke. Was sich verändert hat, da war ja hier auf der Expo war ja noch so ein Raum für Einstellungen Weltmeister, wo ich noch nicht rein konnte. Und jetzt habe ich den Erfolg bekommen, deswegen wollte ich gucken, ob da jetzt die Tür auf ist. Die Untertitel sind jetzt auch so schön groß.
And any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Warte mal. Nee, das war hier unten irgendwo, ne? Oh ja, machen wir so.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Eigentlich wollte ich was anderes machen, aber ich mich von dem ablenken lassen, ne?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly
Genau das
Stanley
wollte ich.
Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So, gucken wir doch mal. Yes!
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called Bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, das ist sogar ein Pokal. Settings World Champion. Das Meme. They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. Hat er doch getan. You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all the possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. Das glaube ich dir nicht. Haben doch bestimmt mehr Leute als nur ich. Steht auf dem Tab hier nur nicht, ne? Wie viele Leute haben das? 20%! Ach guck mal, Speedrun-Ding haben jetzt sogar schon 10%, Becky. Also sind schon mehr Leute geworden, die das geschafft haben. Sind nicht mehr nur 6. Muss ich dich leider enttäuschen. Wie auch einfach schon 3,8% der Leute Stanley Parable für nicht mal 10 Jahre gespielt haben. Das ist ja weird. Wie haben die Leute das denn geschafft? So, ich habe gehört, ich mache jetzt auch Speedrun. Wir laufen schnell zum Ende. Ach, du meinst im Originalspiel? Ja. Aber ich spiele ja nicht das Originalspiel.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly
Ich weiß gar nicht, ob das schneller ist, ihn ausreden zu lassen oder ob ich mir die Musik anhören muss, ne? Ist eine gute Frage. Er labert ja schon lange, bis er mir den Code sagt, ne? Mauscursor einfach. Habe ich noch genug Zeit hierfür? Ach nee, darf ich gar nicht, schade. Den 888 der Volk hätte ich auch noch gerne. Der sollte ja auch machbar sein. Würde ich mal behaupten. Ja, ich glaube, jetzt ist Backseat Gaming auch okay für den Quatsch hier. Ist ja jetzt nichts Neues mehr so. Jetzt erlaube ich das wohl schon auch. Auch wenn die Tags noch was anderes sagen, aber dann nur für euch.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Hätte ich schon früher springen können, wa?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Oh, shit.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And
ich wollte doch da wieder runterlaufen.
Eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility.
Hier muss ich
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Ja, wenn die offen ist, dann spart das definitiv viel Zeit, nicht wahr? Das glaube ich.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
Ja, das weiß ich, aber ich meinte halt, wenn ich ihn ja erstmal ausreden lasse und dann den Code eingebe, dann müsste ich ja wegen der Musik nicht warten, ne? Das meinte ich halt.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating.
War das davon abhängig, dass er das einfach selber aufmacht? Dass das nächste Mal einfach so macht? Gut zu wissen. Ja, stimmt, ich muss ja jetzt auch noch auf diese Tür warten, ne? Da war ja was. Ich erinnere mich. Mist.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Lass mich raus.
He had defeated
Schneller.
the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been.
Dann müssen wir das gleich mal so machen, dass er die Tür von alleine aufmacht.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Ja, wahrscheinlich keine schlechte Idee.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was
In meinem allerersten Durchgang habe ich das ja sogar gemacht, dass er mir das dann das nächste Mal aufgemacht hat, aber ich dachte nicht, dass das davon abhängig wäre, sondern einfach nur von der Anzahl der Durchgänge. Ah, deswegen ist das nie wieder passiert, ne?
Stanley felt the cool
Das war zu
breeze
langsam.
upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Dun, dun, dun.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Ich
decided
finde
to go
diesen
to the meeting.
Aussage viel zu
Perhaps he
lustig.
had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now.
Okay, doch einfach so.
The keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons.
Ich muss das einfach nur mehrmals hintereinander machen.
Kill surprise.
Also doch nicht damit zu tun, dass ich den Code eingebe oder nicht. Ich muss das Ende nur einfach mal mehrmals hintereinander machen wollen. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Bin ja schon dabei.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place...
Ich habe nicht getroffen, fuck. Whoops. Das war natürlich doof.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Erstmal Reset.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Ach, machen wir sogar noch ein bisschen schneller, ne? Sehr gut.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Oh,
Each
shit.
bore the number of an employee in the building.
Lauf doch mal da vernünftig hier rüber. Oh. Ich hänge da einfach an der Kante fest. Diesmal bin ich nämlich definitiv richtig gelaufen. Ah, das wird schon reichen. Ah, das wird schon. Schneller. Ich hab's doch eilig.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
Ja, können wir so einfach, kann sich so einfach jeder selber anschauen, der will, ne? Brauchen uns nicht 4 Stunden lang ein Baby-Ending anschauen. Das ist ja Quatsch.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
Habe ich denn auch schnell genug gewonnen? Das ist die Frage.
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many
passiert nach 4 Stunden. Was habe ich gerade gesagt? Habe ich nicht 4 Stunden gesagt?
Had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this
Ich glaube eigentlich schon.
hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Ja,
His
dann
goal had not been to
brauche ich das ja nicht on-stream machen. Dann kann das ja jeder selber machen.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Ich versuch's doch. Sehr gut, Speedrun, Errungenschaft freigeschaltet. Nice. Hab's geschafft.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Dann kann ich ja jetzt auch schon zurückgehen. GG. Jetzt müssen wir noch ganz auf die 8 Rücken gehen. Habe ich aber Lust auf einen neuen Cursor. Der. Oh Gott. Ist zwar ein bisschen kleiner als das andere Fadenkreuz, aber da ist er trotzdem viel mehr auf dem Screen so mittig, ne?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Mal einmal hier neu laden. Genau, fehlen mir nur noch das mit der 8 und dann die anderen beiden, die halt Quatsch sind.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Nö. Das ist die 0. Da. Cursor ist zu groß, ich treffe die 8 einfach nicht direkt. Oh, da haben wir es geschafft. Nice. Aber ich habe das doch gar nicht 8-mal gemacht. Ich habe das doch erst 3-mal oder so gemacht. Das ist ja langweilig. Ja, nice. 8. Okay, einmal starten wir noch neu, bevor wir aufhören. Habe ich gehört. Einmal machen wir das noch. Hören wir mit einem neuen Titelbildschirm auf. Also zumindest, wenn er nicht total scheiße ist. Sonst muss das auch nochmal. Das ist ja verständlich. Entweder ich oder die Explosion. Das ist akzeptabel. Sehr schön. Noch ein bisschen jazzige Musik zum Ende, ne? Das geht doch voll gut. Aber ja, da haben wir Stanley Parable 22 durchgespielt. Und die anderen Teile davor auch alle. Guck mal an, was wir heute alles geschafft haben, ne? Aber doch, Stanley Parable ist schon ein sehr schönes Spiel, jetzt auch mit dem neuen Content. Auch mit dem Eimer die ganzen neuen Enden da noch dazu, ne? Ja, die ganzen alten Enden irgendwie verändert. Oder die meisten. Hat schon was. Dann kommt Stanley Parable 23. Das werden wir hier wohl nicht mehr sehen. Also ich glaube, nach 22 Spielen, da ist die Luft einfach raus. Irgendwann müssen wir es auch mal gut sein lassen, ne? Also, das geht sonst nicht. Aber ja, dann gucke ich mal, was ich das nächste Mal mache, ne? Jetzt, wo der Game Pass vorbei ist und so, sollte es ja endlich mal mit Switch-Kram losgehen, ne? Habe ich gehört. Das Geld? Welches Geld? Ich krieg da ja kein Geld für, dass ich die ganzen Spiele spiele. Das wäre was. Für jedes Stanley Parable mehr Geld. Bevor wir mit 23 anfangen könnten, müssten wir erstmal 4 Stunden Baby-Ending spielen. Ne? Ah, naja. Das wäre halt teuer. Na, guck ich mal, womit wir dann das nächste Mal anfangen, ne? Ein bisschen Auswahl habe ich da ja auch schon. Aber ja, dann würde ich mich erstmal bei euch allen dafür bedanken, dass ihr mit dabei gewesen seid. Egal ob geschrieben oder gelurkt oder irgendwas dazwischen. Hat mich wieder sehr gefreut, dass ihr da gewesen seid. Und dann würde ich euch allen jetzt noch einen wunderschönen Abend wünschen. Später eine gute Nacht, wenn ihr schlafen geht. Und bis die Tage dann. Tüdelü.